Anunnaki origins and Sumerian connections. Nibiru descendants and the origins of civilization. Where did the Sumerian civilization come from? Although scholars, academics, and historians have been striving to unravel this cultural enigma, hundreds of thousands of Sumerian clay writings remain untranslated in museums. People who lived in Sumer and other people brought in from outside. The builders of the early Sumerian civilization came from the Zagros Mountains of western Iran and migrated south into what is now known as Iraq. We know these facts for sure. They comprised two groups: the Anunnaki Rulers, later called gods and deified, and the Sumerian peoples, or indigenous people of the earth. According to ancient historical records, the earliest records began around 4500 BCE. These immigrants settled throughout Mesopotamia and intermarried with the local population. Over time, these groups created their own cultures and languages, but still followed many of the customs of their Anunnaki overlords. Starting around 3000 BCE, while the Anunnaki rulers left for Nibiru and some remained, another group arrived in southern Iraq and became part of Sumeria. This group spoke an Indo-European language that later would be called Akkadian, after its capital city, which they adapted to create a written script. This new language used cuneiform symbols instead of pictographs like earlier cultures inhabiting southern Iraq. We have a fusion of the two groups at this point. Perhaps Sargon of Akkad is the most famous Akkadian, but we have literal clay writings talking about his mother being a changeling, leading to the conclusion that he had an Anunnaki mother. This is the work of mainstream scholars. Sir Henry Rawlinson published The Legend of Sargon in 1867 after discovering it in the Ashurbanipal library while excavating Nineveh. According to the legend, I did not know my father, and my mother was a changeling. My father's brother loved the hills. I lived in the highlands where the herbs grew. They conceived me in secret. I was born in secrecy. The public release of this cuneiform writing sparked outrage. Since then, they have exercised complete control over the publications, often decades before the translations become public. The Anunnaki Sumerians were the first group to develop a writing system called cuneiform, and they developed a complex understanding of astronomy. They were even the first to make mathematical calculations on clay tablets, representing numbers incomprehensible today. Crumbling clay has destroyed many of cuneiform's writings, which are believed to be over 5,000 years old. If you think about it, the Sumerians had pretty big brains. What do you get when you combine advanced astronomy with ancient mathematics? You end up with technology that's uncannily reminiscent of today's things. Here are just a few examples. Writing. Modern-day Iraq continues to use cuneiform as an everyday means of communication. Writing uses symbols to represent words and ideas. Their advanced mathematics and expertise in astronomy imply sophisticated knowledge of the universe. You notice that the individuals must have used much mathematics and advanced geometry to achieve the feats above. It may be a coincidence that they were so good at math and astronomy. I do not see it this way. The ancient Sumerians were mathematically advanced people. They knew about the Pythagorean theorem way before Pythagoras was even born. They also developed their number system, which we still use today. Sumerian astronomers accurately calculated the circumference of the Earth, our distance from the Moon and Sun, and even the distances to other planets like Jupiter and Saturn. They were obsessed with calculus, and even used a more advanced method than we use today. If you have the most basic understanding of mathematics, you should know that it requires knowledge of the universe. This is because math is based on universal truths. 1 + 1 = 2, and pi equals 3.14159. Astronomy also requires understanding math, involving complex equations to calculate distances between stars and planets. So, If a civilization has advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, we can deduce that it has sophisticated knowledge about the universe. For example, many ancient civilizations discovered that the Earth was rounded by observing constellations from different points on Earth via astronomy. To do this, one must be able to measure time and space using advanced mathematics like trigonometry or calculus. Without these tools, one cannot accurately calculate how far away something is in space or how long it will take you to go there at a certain speed, i.e., distance over speed equals time. That is why complex mathematical systems imply sophisticated knowledge of the universe and vice versa. However, the location of their civilization near modern-day Iraq is problematic because their technological advancements do not match the region. Several ancient civilizations, such as Egypt and Enll, emerged in the Middle East. These civilizations, each on the Nile and Indus respectively, progressed faster than Sumeria if we consider Egypt, which advanced agriculture with irrigation systems from the River Nile and India. They invented binary numbers and discovered zero, an important stepping stone for modern mathematics. Mesopotamia gained knowledge from other civilizations to advance their society. Consider this. The Sumerian civilization was in the Persian Gulf. This area has a rich history, but it is a sweltering place with limited natural resources. So why did Sumerians advance so quickly in technology and science? Shouldn't they have advanced at a pace matching their location? The answer is no. The Sumerians were hundreds of years ahead of any other civilizations living there. They should not have advanced at anywhere close to the pace they did. Ancient texts show they built the first civilization on Earth and were visited by off-world gods called Anunnaki, who interbred with them. That is the fundamental truth, whether or not archaeologists like it. The ancient texts show that extraterrestrials visited the Sumerians and built the first civilization on Earth. The ancient texts do not show what was happening, but the Sumerians may have been taken from another planet, or their gods were from another planet. This is where the famous ancient astronaut theory came from. Researchers theorize that Nibiru, which we know is called the ninth planet because the Sumerians' god's solar system extended into ours. Their brown dwarf sun was in an elongated elliptical orbit around our sun. According to Ryan Moorehen's interpretation of Sumerian iconography and symbolism, outlined in his book series, Nibiru, called Marduk by its inhabitants, was the home of a scientifically advanced human-like ET race, called the Anunnaki in Sumerian mythology, who had migrated to Earth precisely 450,000 years ago. The ancient Sumerian texts tell us they were the first to create a civilization. They explain their origins and the teachings they received from extraterrestrials known as the Anunnaki. The Sumerian texts state that the Anunnaki's home planet is called Nibiru, and it returns close enough to Earth for gold mining operations every 3,600 years. Nibiru mined and used the gold to shield its atmosphere from destruction. According to Moorhen, based on passages from ancient tablets, Nibiru traveled an elliptical path around our sun every 3,600 years, at great distances from Earth and our star. When it drew closer to our solar system's inner planets, the asteroid belt, it caused enormous chaos in the orbits of those bodies within its gravitational range. After passing through them and drawing closer to the sun itself, Nibiru passed between Mars and Jupiter, before once again heading back out into deep space. Moorhen corresponds with what we know about our orbit around the sun, but is said not to have been discovered until nearly 2,400 years after his writings. As a result, Sumer's civilization was highly advanced at the time. Sumerian civilization was highly advanced at the time. These people were more sophisticated than any other civilization in the world. They had advanced mathematics and astronomy, used to develop an accurate calendar, and invented writing. They had a complex language. They had advanced knowledge of the stars and planets, and believed that beings from another planet built their cities. They had advanced metalworking skills. They had advanced agricultural skills. They were the first to use the plough and irrigation systems. They had complex social structures with class divisions that included priests, kings, nobles, scribes, merchants, artisans, and enslaved people. And they had complex city structures, including temples with ziggurats large enough for people to live in them. The question remains then, where did all this knowledge come from? Could it have been a fortuitous event in which many individuals convened in a single location at a specific moment and independently acquired this knowledge? Or is there something else that we are not aware of yet? As a result, Sumer's civilization was highly advanced at the time. There was no shortage of incredible inventions and discoveries. Astronomy. The Sumerians could track the movement of stars and planets through their advanced knowledge of astronomy and astrology. They used this information to plan their agricultural calendar with detailed records about the timings of different harvests. They also accurately recorded eclipses, which are notoriously difficult to predict. Mathematics. One of their most outstanding achievements is creating a counting system using the base 60 system that we still use today in timekeeping. 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute. Additionally, they developed advanced mathematical tools like multiplication tables and algorithms. Technology. The Sumerians created one of the first wheeled vehicles around 3200 BC and invented the sailboat around 3000 BC. They also used oxen for farming purposes and built massive city walls that protected their cities from invading armies. Writing system. Not only did they develop one of the world's oldest writing systems, but they could also write texts on clay tablets as early as 3500 BC, including medical documents called prescription tablets, describing treatments for diseases such as malaria or kidney ailments. Other documents include literature such as poetry and epics like Gilgamesh, one of humanity's earliest works, alongside Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Art and architecture. The Sumerians are known for building ziggurats, ancient sacred structures comprising stepped levels like pyramids. Some historians believe pyramids were based on ziggurats. Their architecture is not limited to ziggurats. Many well-preserved temples, such as the Eridu Temple dating back 6,500 years, are left over from their time. Besides architecture, art was essential. However, the question remains, where did they get this knowledge if not from the Anunnaki? However, even though the Sumerians did not live in a perfect environment and faced many natural challenges, they still established one of the most advanced civilizations in history. The Sumerian civilization is one of the oldest on Earth. It was not based on agriculture or farming, but on technology, science, and astronomy. This was possible thanks to the extraterrestrial visitors who helped them build their civilization by sharing knowledge. The Sumerians left behind some incredible ancient artifacts, demonstrating their knowledge and drawing comparisons with modern man. The Sumerian culture was also based on a writing system called cuneiform, which comprised wedge-shaped marks made by pressing a reed stylus into wet clay. The Sumerians invented complex mathematics and advanced astronomy. They used wheeled vehicles to transport goods from one place to another and established trade relations with other civilizations in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Although the Sumerians had this great civilization, there are still plenty of mysteries. Perhaps the most famous is their origin and where they came from. How did they gain all this knowledge? One theory suggests that extraterrestrial beings taught the Sumerians. The Sumerians referred to these entities as the Anunnaki, describing them as humanoid-looking, yet possessing a more advanced level of technology than those on Earth. Henry Romano has discussed the ancient astronaut theory, which has been around for centuries and is even mentioned in the Mahabharata, written between 200 BC and 400 AD. The flying machines rained death and destruction on Earth. They had tremendous power. The clouds thundered mightily. Ashes rained down upon Earth. A thick haze enveloped Earth. The sun was not visible in the sky. The Earth turned dark. Vimanas collided with each other like thunderbolts. Although the Sumerians were a great civilization, there are still plenty of mysteries. Perhaps the most famous is their origin and where they came from. How did they gain all this knowledge? It is undetermined where they obtained their knowledge, but there are speculations about who might have taught them. One theory suggests that extraterrestrial beings were responsible for teaching them. The Sumerians referred to these entities as the Anunnaki, describing them as humanoid-looking, yet possessing a more advanced level of technology than those on Earth. It is undetermined where they obtained their knowledge, but there are speculations about what Anunnaki might have taught them and why they gave it to us. The Sumerians were a gifted group of people who prospered hundreds and hundreds of years before the Greeks and the Romans. It is a shame that no one has given them their due recognition for their brilliance. There are theories about where they got all their knowledge, including ancient astronaut theory. Like other ancient peoples, the Sumerians had carvings and paintings depicting flying saucers or spaceships. Some theorize that they were visited by extraterrestrials or space travelers from other planets. Others cite texts from ancient Sumerian times, in which godlike beings came down from heaven to teach them everything they knew. An even older civilization could have imparted knowledge to the Sumerians. Although no evidence supports this idea, it suggests that the entire world might owe its knowledge to an unknown group of people who taught the Sumerians and influenced their art forms, culture, and religion. No outside influence. The most reasonable explanation is that no one had to teach them anything. The ancient Sumerian culture advanced because they independently solved problems. Their writings reveal their source of knowledge, yet theories abound about why Enki and Ningajida imparted their knowledge. Some believe that ancient gods sent the Anunnaki to teach the Sumerians everything they knew, while others think that aliens might have been responsible for the advancement in science and technology of the ancient Sumerians and everywhere else on the planet. Some say that the Elohim, known as advanced beings, came down to Earth and taught them about astronomy, mathematics, writing, and many other things during their time here. Some believe that fallen angels or watchers, banished from heaven for attempting to mate with humans, tried to civilize humanity. Whatever or whoever taught them, one cannot deny how much knowledge these ancient people had passed down through generations and continue today. Consider this. The Sumerian civilization was in the Persian Gulf. This area has a rich history, but it is a scorching place with limited natural resources. So why did Sumerians advance so quickly in technology and science? Shouldn't they have advanced at a pace matching their location? The answer is no. The Sumerians were hundreds of years ahead of any other civilizations living there. They should not have advanced at anywhere close to the pace they did. So, if the evidence contradicts their supposed advanced state, are there other possible explanations? At this point, we must turn to the ancient flood epics to explain why the man was so advanced, and why he was put back into the Stone Age. During the days before the flood, around 270 BC, King Ptolemy Philadelphus commissioned Manetho, Greek from Menthoth, Franci, gift of Thoth, to compile the history and prehistory of ancient Egypt. Known as Aegyptiaca, the original manuscript was deposited in the Library of Alexandria and eventually perished with other irreplaceable literary and documentary treasures in natural and manufactured calamities, including its last fire by Muslim conquerors in 642. Manetho, however, mentioned gods and demigods as kings of Egypt long before humans were kings in his writings, including the Jewish Roman historian Josephus. Since the historian explorer Herodotus visited Egypt 2 centuries earlier, the Greeks were not entirely ignorant. Herodotus wrote that Egyptian priests said men were the first kings of Egypt. True to the same sources, Manetho's list of pharaohs also begins with men. Men's in Greek. However, Manetho was the first to organize pharaoh succession into dynasties, as they combined genealogical affiliations with historical changes. In his comprehensive list of kings, he included their names, length of reigns, order of succession, and other pertinent information. The unique feature of Manetho's list of pharaohs and their dynasties is that it begins with gods, not pharaohs. According to Manetho, gods and demigods ruled Egypt before any human ruler. According to scholars, their names, order, and length of reigns began with a divine dynasty headed by Ptah, ancient Egypt's creator god. During his reign, Ptah ruled for 9,000 years. The reign of Ra lasted 1,000 years. Shu ruled for 700 years. Geb reigned for 500 years. The reign of Osiris lasted 450 years. The reign of Seth lasted 350 years. During his reign, Horus ruled for 300 years. For 12,300 years, 7 gods ruled. Having arrived earlier in a celestial bark known as Ben-Ben, meaning Pyramidion bird, Ra was a god of heaven and earth. He inhabited the citadel of Anu, or biblical On, better known as Heliopolis. Despite enjoying unbridled longevity and playing a role in Egyptian affairs for millennia, Ra's reign as Ptah's successor was cut short abruptly after 1,000 years. We shall discover the reason for our quest. A second divine dynasty followed the first that ended with Horus, according to Manetho, another son of Ptah, but merely a half-brother of sun god Ra. The reign of this monarch lasted 1,570 years. According to Manetho, gods ruled for 13,870 years. 3,050 years later, a dynasty of 30 demigods ruled. According to Manetho, divine and semi-divine rulers ruled for 17,520 years. Then, after a chaotic intermediate period lasting 350 years without a king ruling over all of Egypt, both lower and upper, men started the first human dynasty of pharaohs, ruling over a unified Egypt. Several modern archaeological discoveries support Manetho's pharaonic list and succession, including the Turin Papyrus and the Palermo stone, which are named for the museums in Italy where they are displayed. As reported by Herodotus, the Turin Papyrus supports Manetho's divine, semi-divine, and chaotic interval lists, along with the names of 330 rulers. There is also a stone inscription containing portraits of the 19th dynasty, Pharaoh Seti, and his son Ramses II, who governed for 1,000 years before Manetho. On the wall of Abydos's main temple, it lists the names of 75 of their predecessors, beginning with Mina. Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie excavated a series of tombs in a cemetery on the outskirts of Abydos. Stelae that served as tombstones and inscriptions identified the area near a presumed tomb of Osiris as the burial grounds of First and Second Dynasty pharaohs. The series of tombs from east to west began with one bearing the name of King Menes. Petrie identified tombs bearing the names of all First Dynasty pharaohs in his book, The Royal Tombs of the First Dynasty, 1900/1901, and acknowledged that the finds confirmed Manetho's list. The tombs had the names of pre-dynastic kings, and he nicknamed them Dynasty Zero. Subsequent Egyptologists identified them as rulers during the chaotic period, corroborated by Manetho. The significance of these corroborated data extends beyond divine and semi-divine dynasties in pre-pharaonic times. They shed light on the deluge and pre-diluvial periods. Because pharaonic rule began in Egypt around 3100 BC, Manetho's timeline dates back to 20,970 BC. 12,300 plus 1,570 plus 3,650 plus 350 plus 3,100 equals 20,970 BC. My books present the climate and other relevant data. The 12th planet and Genesis revisited suggest that the deluge occurred about 13,000 years ago, circa 10,970 BC. The combined length of Ptah's divine reign, 9,000 years, and Ra's abruptly cut brief reign, 1,000 years, is precisely 10,000 years, 20,970 to 10,970. This implies that Ptah reigned before the deluge, and the deluge cut off Ra's reign. A significant synchronism links the Manetho timetable with the deluge. It validates Manetho's divine and demigod data, and confirms the deluge and its timing it is. An ancient Egyptian legend claimed that an engulfing avalanche of water once completely flooded the raised land. The day was saved by Ptah, an eminent scientist. In Upper Egypt, near the river's first cataract, Ptah formed in the mighty rocks a cavern called Abu, where he installed sluices that controlled the river's flow, enabling the ground downstream to dry out, literally, in Egyptian eyes, raising the land from the waters. Egyptian art describes the feat. The enormous modern dam at Aswan sits on the same site near the first cataract. Considering these events, it may be explained why the god who then assumed rule over Egypt was named Shu, whose name, dryness, signified the end of the watery catastrophe. For his significant contributions to making the land more livable and productive, his successor was named Geb, meaning he who piles up. In the same way that pieces are added to a jigsaw puzzle, these diverse facts contribute to the Egyptian record of a deluge, a great flood, circa 10,970 BC. One can add one more tidbit of Egyptian prehistory concerning the deluge. To unify Egypt, men built a new capital dedicated to the god Ptah on an artificial island in the Nile, which branched out into a delta. He named it Men-Nefer, good place of Memphis in Greek. Ancient Egypt's history and prehistory are inextricably linked to its god's active presence and physical existence, just as Greek history and art are. In Egypt, statues, sculptures, depictions, temples, monuments and texts inscribed on coffin lids or the walls of tombs all speak of names and show Egypt's gods and its leading pantheon. What had been recorded and depicted before Manetho's time and discovered after he lived corroborates his dynastic lists. Why not accept gods, followed by demigods, as rulers in Egypt before human dynasties? A Babylonian priest-historian named Berossus, Greek for Bel-Re-Ushu, the Lord Bel to Marduk is his shepherd, was born in Sumeria when Alexander the Great was assigned to compile the tale of the past in the Seleucid domains. Compared with Manetho in Egypt, his compilation was much more complex, as it had to encompass many lands, different kingdoms, and rulers who did not reign in succession, but sometimes reigned simultaneously in different and sometimes warring capitals. Although the 3 volumes he composed, called Babylonia and dedicated to King Antiochus the Festus, 279 to 261 BC, are no longer extant, parts of them survived as they were copied by Greek savants and other Greek-Roman historians, including Josephus, in antiquity. Those references and quotes, commonly known as fragments of Berossus, show that Berossus chose to globalize the subject. He did not write the history of a nation or a kingship, but of the whole earth, not of one deity but of all the gods, and of humankind and how it all, gods, demigods, kingships, kings, humans, and civilization, was. It was a comprehensive history from the Book of Berossus, which divided the past into a time before the flood and an after the flood, claiming that the gods alone ruled the earth before men existed. Alexander Polyhistor, a Greek-Roman historian and geographer from the 1st century BC, reported about the pre-Diluvian epoch that, in the second book of Berossus, was the history of the 10 kings of the Chaldeans and the ages of each reign, which accounted for 432,000 years. The term Chaldeans was used to describe the astronomically savvy inhabitants of ancient Mesopotamia. Each of the 10 listed rulers ruled for anywhere from 10,800 to 64,800 years, totaling 432,000 years. The Greek historians who cited Berossus explained that the enormous lengths of their rulers' reigns were expressed in several units called Saros, each of which was equal to 3,600 years in Greek. Abydenus, a student of Aristotle who quoted Berossus, clarified that these 10 rulers and their cities were all from ancient Mesopotamia, and explained how their reign periods were determined. Overlords is said to have been the first king of Earth. During his reign, he ruled 10 Shahs. A Shah is now considered 3,600 years old. 3 Shahs followed Alaprus. Amilarus succeeded him from the city of Pantibyblos, reigning for 13 Shahs. After him, Ammonon reigned for 12 Shahs. He was from the city of Pantibyblos. Next, Megalurus, from the same location, ruled for 18 Shahs. For 10 Shahs, Dios the shepherd ruled. Afterward, Anodopus and Euadorcus reigned. There were 10 kings, each reigning for 120 years, followed by Xisuthros. Apollodorus of Athens, 2nd century BC, described Berossus's pre-diluvial revelations. The reign of 10 rulers spanned 120 Shahs, equivalent to 432,000 years, with each ruler's reign measured in 3,600-year Shah units. Those quoting Berossus referred to the 10 pre-diluvial kings by Greek names, and their reign lengths totaled 120 Shahs. Those who cited Berossus affirmed that he listed 10 divine rulers who had governed from the beginning until the Great Flood, and they considered the deluge to be a decisive event. Although the sequence of succession varied, all cite an Alaros as the first and a Xisuthros as the last. Alaros ruled for 10 Shahs, 36,000 years. Alaparos ruled for 3 Shahs, 800 years. Amalon ruled for 13 Shahs, equals 46,800 years. Ammonon ruled for 12 Shahs, 43,200 years. Megalurus ruled for 18 Shahs, 64,800 years. Daonos ruled for 10 Shahs, 36,000 years. During Euadoricus's reign, he ruled for 18 Shahs, 64,800 years. The reign of Amemsinos was 10 Shahs, 36,000 years. The reign of Obates lasted 8 Shahs, 28,800 years. Xisuthros ruled for 18 Shahs, 64,800 years. 10 rulers ruled for 120 years, which is equal to 432,000 years. Berossus's quotes imply that his work addressed various human issues, including how humanity began, learned, and settled the earth. Gods alone created the earth in the beginning. According to the Berossus fragments, Deus, God, also known as Belos, a name meaning Lord, created man. Deus used a twofold principle to create man, but the consequences resulted in hideous beings. Men came with 2 wings, some with 4, and some with 2 faces. There were also human figures with goats' legs and horns. Bulls were also bred there with human heads. The Temple of Belus in Babylon preserved some of these delineations. Belus, Greek for Bel, Baal, the Lord, was Marduk's epithet in Babylon. A leader among the early divine rulers named Oannes taught humankind all aspects of civilization from the sea as he waded ashore. This is how Berossus wrote that men could attain intelligence and knowledge. Berossus wrote that Oannes appeared from the Erythraean Sea, which borders Babylonia, and that although he looked like a fish, he had a man's head under the fish's head and human feet under the fish's tail. His voice and language were also articulate and human. Alexander Polyhistor notes that we still preserve a representation of him today. Oannes used to converse with men. He offered them lessons in letters and sciences and taught them to build houses, to construct temples and to write laws, and explained to them the principles of astronomy. According to Polyhistor's fragments, it was Oannes who put into writing a tale explaining how humankind came to be. Creation having been preceded by a time when there was nothing but darkness and a pool of water. The Berossus fragments also describe the Great Flood, which marked the end of the era of the gods and the beginning of the era of men. According to Abydenus, Berossus reported that the gods kept humankind in the dark about the coming deluge. In Greek mythology, Cronus was the son of Uranus, the god of the sky. Xisuthros, the last-named Xisuthros of the 10 pre-diluvial rulers, revealed the secret by Zeus, the father of the god Zeus. Cronus informed Xisuthros that there would be a deluge on the 15th day of daisies, and he instructed him to hide every writing in Sippar, the city of Shamash. Xisuthros accomplished all these things, and he sailed to Armenia immediately, and what God had announced took place. According to Abydenus, Xisuthros released birds to determine whether the deluge had ended. When the boat reached Armenia, the gods sacrificed Xisuthros. The gods took Xisuthros with them to spend the rest of his life. Polyhistor's account is longer and more detailed. According to Polyhistor, after Ardates, or Obates, died, his son Xisuthros ruled for 18 years, during which the Great Flood occurred. On the 15th day of the month, Daisos Cronus appeared to him in a vision and told him a flood would destroy that man. It was enjoyable for him to write a history of the beginnings, middles, and ends of all things up to the present day, and to bury those accounts in the city of the sun god in Sippar. Additionally, he built a vessel and took his relatives and friends aboard. When he had everything ready, he would stow away food and water, put birds and animals on board, and set sail. After anticipating some raised eyebrows from the other townspeople, Xisuthros was instructed by his god to say he was sailing to the gods and to pray for blessings on men. According to these instructions, he built a boat which measured 5 stades long by 2 stades wide. He then put his wife, children, and closest friends on board. Xisuthros let out some birds during the flood, which, having no food, returned to the boat. They did not return on the 3rd attempt, so Xisuthros concluded land had appeared. As the boat ran aground, Xisuthros, his wife, his daughter, and the pilot went ashore and were never seen again, because they were taken to dwell with the gods. An unseen voice told those left behind on board that they were in Armenia and instructed them to rescue the writings from Sippar and disperse them to humanity. This they did. They returned to Babylon, excavated the writings from Sippar, established numerous cities, constructed shrines, and re-established Babylon. In the fragments, Belus mentions how all men spoke the same language at first. Later, some among them built a tall and lofty tower to climb to heaven. Belus, sending forth a whirlwind, confounded their plans and gave each tribe its own language. The place where they built the tower is now known as Babylon. There are many similarities between the Berossus tales and those in Genesis. They go beyond the deluge subject and are similar in many details. According to Berossus, the deluge began in the 2nd month of the year, Daisos, during the reign of the 10th pre-diluvian ruler, Xisuthros. Noah was the 10th pre-diluvial biblical patriarch, starting with Adam, when the deluge occurred, Genesis 7:12. As with Xisuthros, Noah was informed by his god of a coming avalanche of water, and instructed to build a waterproof vessel according to precise specifications. As Xisuthros did, He was to take his family, animals, and birds with him. Noah sent 2 birds, first a raven, then a dove, to see if dry land reappeared following the subsidence of the waters. Armenia lay the resting place of Sisisthros's boat, and the mountains of Ararat became the resting place of Noah's Ark. The Bible and Berossus mention the Tower of Babel incident, in which languages were confused. The Berossus version is quoted above. Like the Berossus version, Genesis 11 begins with the statement that the entire earth spoke one language. In the Bible, God, Yahweh, came down to see the city and the tower the children of Adam had built. He got concerned, confused their language so that they might not understand one another, and scattered the people over the face of the earth. As Berossus reports, they were scattered over the face of the earth. Humanity's scattering is attributed to the deity's use of a whirlwind in Belus, the confounding of languages, to the Lord. Is it possible that the opening chapters of Genesis are one large fragment of Berossus, that the Hebrew Bible's compilers copied from Berossus? It is unlikely that the entire Torah section of the Hebrew Bible was copied from Berossus, as its first 5 books, Genesis to Deuteronomy, had already been canonized in an unchanged final version long before Berossus. Historical records show that the Hebrew Bible was already in its sealed form when it was translated into Greek by Ptolemy Philadelphus, 285 to 244 BC. Philadelphus had hired Manetho to write Egypt's history. The Septuagint of the 70 is known as the Septuagint because 70 scholars translated it. It is clear from the Greek text that the savants already had the canonized version of the Hebrew Bible as we know it today, which existed in its ultimate form before Berossus and Manetho. Then did Berossus use the Hebrew Bible as his source? Probably not. Several details in his writings are not found in the biblical version, so he used other sources besides the Bible, such as his references to pagan gods, Cronus, Belus, Oannes, Shamash, who are not present in the monotheistic Bible. In the creation of man tale, the Berossus version suffers from terrifying mishaps compared to the Bible's smooth, let us fashion Adam story. Even where the 2 versions overlap, as in the deluge story concerning the size of the ship and who was taken on board to be saved, there are still noticeable differences. There are also significant differences. According to Berossus, there were on board, besides Noah's family, several of his friends and a skilled pilot. Not so in the Bible, which lists just Noah, his wife, and their 3 sons and wives. If this is true, post-diluvian humankind does not originate only from Noah and his 3 sons. The Bible does not include a story of Oannes, the god, dressed as a fish, wading ashore to grant humanity civilization. The Bible does not mention a pre-diluvial city named Sippar, the city of the sun god Shamash, or the safekeeping of every available writing. By asserting that pre-diluvial records of beginnings, middles, and ends not only once existed, but had been hidden for safekeeping and retrieved after Babylon was resettled, Berossus could have sought legitimacy for his version of prehistoric events. Besides this, he also suggested that the records of the past contained clues to the future, which the Bible and we today call the last arrival of Enki. Although this theme is part of biblical prophecy, it is first mentioned concerning Jacob after the deluge. Based on archaeology, Genesis and Berossus were compiled from the same or similar source material and used selectively. Both similarities and differences bring us back to our starting point, the enigmatic verses in Genesis 6. Who were the Nephilim, the sons of the gods, and Noah? Noah's ship. Magur was the name given to Ziusudra's ship in the Sumerian text. Gur is a ship that can tumble and turn. It had a single operable aperture, but was hermetically sealed with bitumen in all versions. Akkadian texts refer to the Ark as a tebetu, with a hard T, a submersible ship. The biblical redactor rendered it a teboe box, hence the name Ark. According to the Epic of Gilgamesh, the ship that Utnapishtim, the hero of the deluge in Akkadian, was instructed to build had a length of 300 cubits, about 300 feet, 525 feet. A width of 120 cubits, about 210 feet, and a bulwark, height, of 120 cubits, divided into 7 levels, 1/3 of her above the waterline. Genesis 6:15 also describes a 300-cubit building, but it is only 50 cubits, about 88 feet wide, and 30 cubits, about 53 feet high, including the roofed upper floor. Biblical scholars made comparisons with the largest passenger ships known to them at the beginning of the 20th century. Built in 1858, the Great Eastern measured 680 feet long, 83 feet wide, and 48 feet deep. Built in 1881, the city of Rome measured 560, 52, and 37 feet, respectively. 1907's famed Lusitania measured 762, 88, and 57 feet, respectively. The Mauretania was the first ship with 8 decks. According to the biblical description, Noah's Ark was as long as the Rome, as wide as the Great Eastern, and as high as the Lusitania. Because of the chance discovery of the Rosetta Stone during Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1799, which inscribed a royal Ptolemaic proclamation in 3 languages: Egyptian hieroglyphics, a later Egyptian cursive script called Demotic, and Greek. Ancient Egypt's language and writing could only be understood with the help of the Greek part. A Rosetta Stone, a single decisive master discovery of a tablet, had not occurred in the ancient Near East. The discovery was lengthy and tedious. Other forms of multilingual inscriptions contributed to progress there. However, most progress was made when it was discovered that the Hebrew Bible was a key to unlocking those enigmatic writings. In the time of decipherment, not only several languages, but several ancient empires, one of them most astonishing, were discovered. The legends of Alexander the Great and his conquests captivated European travelers who ventured to Persepolis, Greek for city of the Persians, where grand palaces, gates, professional stairways, and other monuments were still visible. At first, visible engraved lines, which turned out to be inscriptions, were considered decorative. The designation cuneiform has stuck ever since to what has over the centuries been recognized as a lingual script by a 1686 visitor, Engelbert Kempfer, to the ruins of this Persian royal site. As in Egypt, the cuneiform script variations on some monuments gave rise to the idea that Persian royal proclamations, encompassing many diverse peoples, could also be multilingual. Disputes between travelers led to a renewed focus on Persian inscriptions. The most essential and complex were found in northern Iran. Henry Rawlinson, a Briton travelling through remote Near Eastern areas once dominated by Persian kings, came upon a carving carved upon forbidding rocks at Behistun in 1835. A large carving commemorating a royal victory was dominated by a god hovering within the ubiquitous winged disc, thus showing the place of gods. It was accompanied by long inscriptions deciphered by Rawlinson and Oakes as written by the Persian king Darius I, a century and a half before Darius III, who fought Alexander. Old Persian, one of the Behistun languages, resembles Sanskrit, the Indo-European mother tongue. This discovery led to the decipherment of Old Persian. The identity and meaning of the other 2 languages followed. In antiquity, Elamite was only found in the southern parts of Iran. The 3rd language matches the writings found in Babylonia, classified as Semitic. It was part of a group that included Assyrians and Canaanites, whose mother tongue is Akkadian. The feature all three Behistun languages shared was using the same cuneiform script, in which each symbol expressed a complete syllable and not just a single letter. The key to unlocking this mystery was that Hebrew, the language of the Bible, emerged from the group of Semitic languages that originated from Akkadian. So much so that early scholarly studies of Babylonian and Assyrian, two Akkadian languages, provided word lists for their similar Hebrew meanings and compared cuneiform sign lists to their equivalents in the traditional Hebrew script. In the 17th and 18th centuries, travelers brought word of intriguing ruins in the Great Plain between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, hence Mesopotamia, land between the rivers. Then, the suggestions were that such ruins represented Babylon and Nineveh of biblical fame and wrath. People realized that the 19th century AD could read inscriptions from a time before Greece and Persia. Inscriptions from the time of the Bible shifted interest geographically to the cuneiform script was found in some ruins as inscriptions on flat tablets made of hardened clay, primarily square or oblong but not always, into which wedge-like signs were carved when the clay was still wet and soft. Several clay tablets, whose inscriptions recorded Alexander's payments in silver coins for work in clearing debris from the Esagil temple, were discovered in the ruins of Babylon. Interested in what they represented and said, European consuls stationed throughout the Ottoman Empire pioneered what can be called modern Near Eastern archaeology, whose beginning, excavating ancient Babylon, took place south of Baghdad, Iraq, in 1811. The French consul in Mosul, a town today in Kurdish northern Iraq in Ottoman-ruled Mesopotamia, Paul-Émile Botta, set out in 1843 to discover an ancient source of such clay tablets at a Tel ancient mound near Mosul. Kuyunjik was named after the nearby village, and an adjacent Tel was called Nebi Yunus, Prophet Jonah, by the local Arabs. After Botta's initial probes were unproductive, he abandoned the site. 3 years later, the Englishman A. Henry Layard took over the site, matching the French's efforts. Where Layard was more successful than Botta, both mounds turned out to be the ancient Assyrian capital, Nineveh, repeatedly mentioned in the Bible as Jonah's destination. As far north as Khorsabad, Botta discovered the capital of King Sargon II, 721 to 705 BC, and his successor, King Sennacherib, 705 to 681 BC. Layard discovered both Nineveh and, at a site called local Nimrud, the Assyrian royal city Kalhu, named Kala in the Bible. For the first time, the finds provided physical evidence correlating the Bible, Genesis chapter 10, about Nimrod and Assyria and its major cities, excluding Babylon. His kingdom began with his reputation as a hero in the land. There are 3 cities in the land of Shinar: Babel, Erech, and Akkad. Ashur emerged from that land. Nineveh, Kala, and Resen, the great city between Nineveh and Kala, were built with broad streets. Among the Great Wall at Khorsabad, excavators found reliefs glorifying Sennacherib and his conquests, and panels showing his siege of the fortified Judean city of Lachish in 701 BC. Sennacherib won that siege, in which he triumphed, and his failed siege of Jerusalem, which is mentioned in the Bible, 2 Kings and Isaiah. Layard unearthed a stone column of King Shalmaneser III, 858 to 824 BC, which described, in text and carving, his capture of King Jehu of Israel, an event reported in the Bible, 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles. Every time discoveries were made, it was like digging up the truth of the Bible. By a further twist of fate, Layard's sites Nimrud and Nineveh were on opposite sides of the river bend, where Alexander had crossed the Tigris River and delivered the final blow to the Persian army. In the 19th century, as the rumblings of the conflagration known as World War I grew more ominous, the Germans joined the archaeological race with its ramifications of mapping, spying, and influence peddling. Because they outmaneuvered the French and British, they held sites farther south, discovering at Babylon, under the leadership of Robert Koldewey, most of the sacred precinct, the Esagil Temple Ziggurat, and the massive processional way, with various gates, including that of Ishtar. Andre unearthed the ancient Assyrian capital of Ashur, which had the same name as Land Assyria and its national god. Resen, also mentioned in Genesis, whose name meant horse's bridle, turned out to be an Assyrian horse-racing site. The Assyrian discoveries corroborated not just the historical accuracy of the Bible. The art and iconography also seemed to support other aspects of it. Reliefs in Horsabad and Nimrud depict winged angels resembling those depicted in the prophet Isaiah's vision, 6:2, or Ezekiel's vision, 1:5-8, in which they had 4 wings and 4 faces, one of which was a winged eagle. Some newly discovered sculptures and wall paintings support Berossus's statements regarding what we would describe today as bioengineering has gone men with wings, bulls with human heads. The colossal stone sculptures flanking Nineveh's and Nimrud's palace entrances depicted human-headed bulls and lions. On the wall, reliefs depict divine beings dressed as fish, precisely as Berossus described Oannes. While it had been nearly 4 centuries since Ashur, Nineveh, and other Assyrian centers had been captured and destroyed, and almost 3 centuries since the same fate had befallen Babylon, their ruins were still visible, without excavation, with sculptures and wall reliefs for everyone to see, illustrating what Berossus was saying. Ancient monuments confirmed what he had written. Despite all the treasures and art uncovered in Assyria and Babylon, the most significant finds were countless clay tablets, many assembled in libraries, where the first tablet on the shelf listed the titles of the other tablets on that shelf. Throughout Mesopotamia, virtually every major urban center in the ancient Near East had a library within the royal palace or the main temple. Thousands of clay tablets, or fragments thereof, have been found in DC. Most have not been translated and stored in museums and universities' basements. One of the most significant discoveries was Layard's discovery of the ruins of Nineveh, the magnificent library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal from his monuments. This library contained over 25,000 clay tablets. Texts inscribed on them used the cuneiform script and ranged from royal annals to records of workers' rations to marriage and divorce documents. Besides literary texts, historical tales, astronomical data, astrological forecasts, mathematical formulas, word lists, and geographical lists were all included. There were rows of tablets with what the archaeologists classified as mythological texts, relating to the various gods, their genealogy, powers, and deeds. Ashurbanipal collected and brought back to Nineveh historical and mythological texts from every corner of his empire, and hired a legion of scribes to read, sort, preserve, copy, and translate the most important texts into Akkadian. A depiction of an Assyrian scribe shows him dressed in the attire of dignitaries, which attests to his high status. Most of the Nineveh tablets were shared between the Ottoman authorities in Constantinople, now Istanbul in modern-day Turkey, and the British Museum in London. Some related tablets ended up in France and Germany. The British Museum hired a young banknote engraver and amateur Assyriologist named George Smith to sort out cuneiform tablet inscriptions. George Smith was the first to identify the connection between various fragmented tabulae, forming a continuous narrative. He was a keen observer of cuneiform lines. One book was about a hero and a flood, and another about gods who created heaven, earth, and also man. Smith was the first to draw attention to the similarities between the stories in those tablets and the biblical stories in Genesis, in a letter to the editor published in a London newspaper. Among those ancient stories, the one reminiscent of the biblical creation story was the most prominent. A succession of scholars spearheaded studies in that direction, not in England but in Germany, where pioneering a Tayatsiranam used additional finds by the German archaeologists to come up with a more coherent text and better understand its religious, philosophical and historical scope. A layered trainee, Hormuzd Rassam, discovered tablets at Nineveh and Nimrud at the British Museum in London. Adding to the tablets Smith had pieced together. Leonard W. King, the museum's curator of Egyptian and Babylonian antiquities, discovered a veritable epic of creation engraved on over 7 tablets. He concluded in the 7 Tablets of Creation, published in 1902, that the Mesopotamian standard text told of a sequential creation story, chaos to heaven and earth, then on earth to the creation of man, not in the biblical 6 days plus 1 of self-gratification, but over 6 tablets plus 1 of praise. Its opening words show that the tale's ancient title was Enuma Elish, when in the height above. Several tablets from different sites seem to have the same texts, excluding the name of the creator deity. The Assyrians called him Asher, while the Babylonians called him, suggesting they were all renditions adapted from a single canonical version in Akkadian. The occasional retention of odd words and names of celestial deities involved in the events, names such as Tiamat, Nudimmud, suggested that it may not have been written in Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian, but in some other unknown language. The search for origins had only just begun. The other story, a lengthy tale about the deluge and the non-biblical Noah, captivated the popular imagination in Victorian England during George Smith's time. George Smith, pouring thousands of fragments from Nineveh and Nimrud and matching pieces together, said they represented a full-length epic tale about a hero who discovered the secret behind the Great Flood. Izdubar read the 3 cuneiform signs identifying the hero, and Smith assumed it was the biblical Nimrod, the mighty hunter, who had started the Assyrian kingdoms following Genesis. The name of the old site, Nimrud, where some tablets were found. Because Smith read the fragments which indicated that the Assyrian deluge story matches the one in the Bible, the London newspaper The Daily Telegraph offered a grand prize of 1,000 guineas. A guinea is worth more than £1 sterling. To anyone who could find the missing fragments that would complete the ancient story. Regarding the prize, the museum graciously accepted it, claiming that Smith went to Iraq while employed by the museum. He went to Iraq, searched the sites and returned with 384 fragmented tablets. They made the assembly of all 12 tablets possible, including the crucial Deluge tablet, Tablet 11. The discovery of the Hebrew Bible's tale of the Deluge and the Epic of Gilgamesh was exciting. The initial reading Izdubar was dropped for the correct Gilgamesh. Euphoria was not without problems. One was the variety of goods involved in the event, compared to a single Yahweh in the Bible. Scholars never listed Gilgamesh as a king of Babylon or Assyria. The same opening lines are on Tablet 1. However, he is identified as the king of Uruk, a city with expansive walls and great ramparts, according to the text. Babylonia and Assyria had no ancient sites. As the tale was compiled, it was also discovered that Gilgamesh himself was not the hero of the flood. As the story unfolded, it became clear that Gilgamesh was not the flood's hero. His adventures searching for immortality had been divine for 2/3, including hearing the story of the flood from Utnapishtim, a Mesopotamian Noah who had survived the catastrophe. Scholars and the press pondered who Gilgamesh was, if he was not either Noah or Nimrod. The Chaldean account of Genesis, published in 1876, summarizes Smith's findings. The book announced the discovery of ancient texts in Mesopotamia and compared these texts to the creation and deluge stories in the Bible for the first time. This was also Smith's last book. He died that same year at the young age of 36. But it is essential to remember that the ingenuity and findings of this self-taught master of Akkadian laid the foundation for the subsequent myriad studies. It was also Smith's last book. He died that same year at the young age of 36. But it is essential to remember that the ingenuity and findings of this self-taught master of Akkadian laid the foundation for the subsequent myriad of studies. Another more first-hand deluge story emerged from those studies. Its significance to our quest may have come from a Berossus source. In antiquity, after its opening words, Inuma ilu avilum, when the gods became men, it is known as the Atra Hasis epic, after the name of its hero who tells the story of the deluge firsthand, making him the actual Noah of this version. Noah himself is speaking here. Scholarly attention took a while to turn to this critical crucial because Atra Hasis, the richly wise, tells what led up to the deluge, what brought it about, and what happened afterward. One of the three text fragments, marked S, was crucial in identifying Atra Hasis. The S referred to Smith, who had discovered the key to another extraordinary Babylonian tale about gods, man, and the deluge before his death. Terms of the hero's name. Some suggest that Atra Hasis, transposed as Hasis Atra, was the Sisithros in the Berossus fragments, the 10th pre-diluvial ruler in whose time the deluge occurred, just as Noah was the 10th biblical ancestor in the line of Adam. Besar. Using this name to transform this position, we can link Berossus to the Atra Hasis text. Damien's version of the deluge tale mentions the episode of Berossus, in which the townspeople question the boat's construction. Library of Assyria. From the Babylonian Berossus in the 3rd century BC through the 19th century AD, Bible-believing Westerners held a Hebrew deluge scroll written in cuneiform, inscribed on a tablet from the 7th century BC. This was an incredible time bridge of at least 2,600 years. But that, too, proved to be just an interim way station on the march back in time. Again, the Assyrian text appears to have a parallel Babylonian version. There were also words and names unfamiliar to Semitic Akkadians, gods named Enlil, Enki, and Ninurta, goddesses named Ninti and Nisaba, religious groups called Anunnaki and Igigi, and a sacred place named Ekur. From where have they all come? It was even more puzzling that a partial Atra Hasis tablet had somehow made its way into private hands. A book in Morgan Pierpont's library in New York City in 1897 contained a colophon annotation by the tablet scribe dating the tablet to the 2nd millennium BC. Assyriologists were now looking at a leap backward of 3,500 years. The British Museum and the Museum of the Ancient Orient in Istanbul, Turkey, traced all three tablets, even though some were broken in parts, of that Babylonian version of Atra Hasis based on various tablets and versions. There's a scribal statement at the end of each tablet that gives his name, title, and date of completion, like this one at the end of the first tablet. The first tablet, 14 lines, when the gods were like men. Ku-aya, junior scribe, copied. Amisaduqa, the king, made a statue of himself on the 21st day of Nisan, a year in which tablets 2 and 3 were also signed by the same scribe and dated to a particular year of King Amisaduqa's reign. It was not an unknown name. Amisaduqa belonged to the famous Hammurabi dynasty of Babylon, which ruled from 1647 to 1625 BC. Therefore, this Babylonian version of the Noah deluge tale predates Ashurbanipal's Assyrian version. Furthermore, was it also a copy of what was original? Incredulous scholars had the answers right in front of them. Ashurbanipal boasted on one of his tablets, My God has given me the gift of knowledge of his art. The secrets of writing have been revealed to me. I can even read the intricate Sumerian tablets. In the stone carvings from before the flood, there are enigmatic words. Besides revealing the existence of a god of scribes, this text also included confirmation, by an independent source, that the deluge occurred, as well as the detail that there were enigmatic words preserved in stone carvings from the days before the flood. Berosus asserts that the god Kronos revealed to Xisuthros that there would be a deluge, and told him to conceal every available writing in Sippar, the city of the god Shamash. This statement matches and corroborates this assertion. Furthermore, Ashurbanipal boasted he could read the elaborate Sumerian tablets. Sumerian. Scholars who had deciphered Babylonian, Assyrian, Old Persian, and Sanskrit were puzzled by Ashurbanipal's statement. The Bible had provided the answer all along. Because of the verses in Genesis 10:8 through 12 about the domains of the mighty hero Nimrod, which inspired the decipherers of those ancient languages to name the mother tongue of Babylon and Assyria Akkadian, and served as a discoverer's map for the excavation. Archaeologists. Now, these verses clarify the Sumerian mystery. His kingdom began with him being a hero in the land. There are 3 cities in the land of Shinar: Babel, Erech, and Akkad. Sumer refers to the biblical Shinar, the land whose settlers attempted to build a tower whose head could reach the heavens after the deluge. Sumer, the biblical Shinar, had to be where Noah was located. It is undoubtedly a land that predates the recently discovered capitals of Babylon, Assyria, and Akkad. Which land was it, and where was it located? A deluge. The biblical deluge, Mabul in Hebrew from the Akkadian Abubu, is commonly considered one of the torrential rains whose downpours flood, overwhelm, and ravage everything on the ground. Genesis 7:11-12 states that the deluge began when all the water sources of the great deep burst apart. The deluge ended when the water sources of the great deep, and then the sluices of the sky closed. Genesis 8:2. It was only later, or as a result, that the sluices of the skies opened up, and the rain fell for 40 days and 40 nights. Various Mesopotamian accounts of the deluge describe it as a storm of rising waters from the south, overwhelming and submerging everything in its path. The Akkadian version of the Gilgamesh Tablet 11 describes the first appearance of the deluge as a black cloud that rose from the horizon, followed by storms that tore out the posts and collapsed the dikes. For one day, the south storm blew, submerging the mountains and overtaking the people, like a battle. 7 days and 7 nights. The flood wind sweeps the land, and the entire land was submerged like a pot. The Sumerian story of the deluge mentions howling winds but no rain. All the windstorms, exceedingly powerful, attacked at once. For 7 days and nights, the flood, Adotma.Ru, swept over the land, and the winds tossed about the boat on the great waters. Antarctica was the great deep, where the south storm originated. The deluge was caused by the slippage of the ice sheet off Antarctica, which abruptly ended the last ice age 13,000 years ago. In Babylon, the public reading of Enuma Elish, accompanied by reenactments, a kind of passion play, had reached the statement that Marduk had completed the creation of the heavens and the earth. The time translated his cosmic supremacy into supremacy among the Anunnaki, the gods who came to earth. Enlil, the deity who may have been the hero of the creation tale in its Sumerian original, is mentioned for the first time, along with Anu and Ea Enki. During Tablet Phi, a few others, including Marduk's birth mother Damkina, renamed Ninki after Ea was titled Enki, Lord of the Earth, take the stage, and the listener or reader witnesses Marduk's coronation as king, not only by the Anunnaki gods, but also by another group of deities called Igigi, those who observe and see. All the leading gods are present in this grand assembly. Upon seeing Marduk seated on a throne, his proud parents, Ea, Enki, and Damkina, opened their mouths to address the great deities, saying, "Formerly, Marduk was our beloved son. Now he is your king. Proclaim his title, King of the gods of heaven and earth." Compliance with that request, demand is. All the Igigi bowed down when assembled. Every Anunnaki kissed Marduk's feet. They stood before him and bowed, saying, "King of the world," he exclaimed. They conferred sovereignty on Marduk. They proclaimed for him a formula of good fortune and success, declaring, "Whatever you order, we will carry out." The coronation of Marduk is taking place on Nibiru, followed by an assembly of the gods assigned to Earth. The text does not mention where the assembly is gathered. As the newly elected chief, Marduk recalls to the gods his royal lineage, Jtbio. Some ancestors who preceded Ea and Anu are invoked, and outlines his divine program. "So far you have lived in Ashara, the great abode of Anu on Nibiru. Now you will live in a counterpart abode. To that dwelling I will build on Earth." On Earth. Marduk says he has created firm ground suitable for a building site which has been prepared for constructing my luxurious abode. My temple will be built. Its shrines will confirm my sovereignty. Bab-E, Gateway of the Gods, will be its name. He assigned them their responsibilities after the gods rejoiced at hearing Marduk's proposal to establish Babylon. King Marduk divided the Anunnaki into above and below. Following his instructions, he stationed 300 of them in the skies as those who watch. He also defined 600 stations on Earth. He issued all instructions. He gave their tasks to the Anunnaki of heaven and earth. The gods assigned to mission Earth are divided into two groups right off the bat. 300, named Igigi, those who observe and see, have ski duties and will be stationed above the Earth, on Mars, as we explain later. A group of the 600, the Anunnaki of heaven and earth, will be stationed on Earth itself, and their first task will be to establish Babylon and raise Marduk's stage tower E-Sag.il. Towards the end of Tablet 6, Babylon, with its tower that reaches heaven, is finished. The celestial Marduk is now also Marduk on Earth, and the recitation of Enuma Elish proceeds to Tablet 7, which is a laudatory list of 50 names, 50 epithets of empowerment. The gods proclaimed him, Marduk, supreme, with the title 50. The epic concludes. A Babylonian text has rushed events here forward fast. Life has yet to emerge and develop on Earth. Enki and his first crew of 50 Anunnaki are yet to splash down. Cities of the gods need to be established. Man has yet to appear, and it is only during the deluge that the Tower of Babylon is recounted. No matter how deliberate the omissions are, the fact remains that all interim developments still need to occur, not only according to the Bible, but also in a variety of cuneiform texts. Before considering the events on Earth, it is necessary to pass the enigma of events on Nibiru, where the coronation of Marduk is presumed to have occurred. What are the assembled gods? Marduk invoked the forefathers, but who were they? He plans to establish a divine royal abode on Earth, similar to Nibiru's god, Anu, the Ashara. What kingdom was Anu the king of? Who were the Anunnaki and Igigi assigned to duty for Mission Earth? How did they come to be present in Nibiru and live there? Do you know why 50 of them went to Earth searching for gold with Ea Enki? Additionally, why were 600 Anunnaki and 300 Igigi needed at their peak? The Book of Enuma Elish does not provide such answers, but we are not entirely at a loss to know them. Ancient texts provide data and details, name names, and describe events. A few of these texts have already been mentioned. We will bring many others in languages other than Sumerian or Akkadian. Together, they provide the dots that can be connected to form a coherent and continuing story. In that context, what matters most is what they tell us about ourselves, man, and how humankind came to exist. We can begin unraveling the ball of yarn with Anu, the ruler of Nibiru, during Marduk's confirmation as supreme leader of the Anunnaki and the Igigi. The Anunnaki are said to have introduced Anu's form of kingship, and it was from his court that the traditional insignia of kingship emerged. A divine headdress, crown, tiara, a scepter or staff, symbolizing power, authority, and a coiled measuring cord, representing justice. These symbols appear in divine investiture depictions at all times, in which a god or a goddess grants these items to a new deity. Enki also ruled Nibiru during their first arrival on Earth, since he refers to himself as the firstborn son of Anu in his autobiography. Several texts mention Anu's palace, court, and strict procedures. His court aides were a chief chamberlain, 3 commanders in charge of the rocket ships, 2 commanders of the weapons, a minister of the purse, 2 captains of the guns, 2 master scribes, and 5 assistant scribes besides his spouse, Antu. His formal consort was Antu. He had 6 concubines, and he had 80 children, only 14 of whom bore the divine titles En for men, or Nin for staff of Anu, were known as Anunna, which translates into Anu's heavenly ones. Anu means heaven and epitomizes the heavenly one. Its pictogram is a star. 2 royal princes constantly guarded Anu's palace. As the commanders of the weapons, they were in charge of 2 divine weapons, the Sharur, royal hunter, and the Shah.Gaz, royal smiter. In an Assyrian drawing depicting the gateway to Anu's palace, 2 towers are flanked by eaglemen, just uniformed Anunnaki astronauts, centered by the winged disk emblem of Nibiru. Different celestial symbols complete the presentation: a 12-member solar system, a crescent for the moon, and 7 dots for Earth. The assembly of the gods was held in the palace's throne room. Anu sat flanked by his sons Enlil and Ea on either side of his throne. Assembly records show that virtually any member could speak up. Some debates were heated. As a result, Anu's word was final. His decision was binding. Among his epithets was Divine 60, which granted him the highest rank under the sexagesimal numbering system. In addition to meticulous king lists, the Sumerians and their successors maintained elaborate god lists, which grouped each god by family and arranged them by importance and rank. The gods' names were followed by their epithets, which were often quite long. In some canonical lists, the gods were arranged genealogically, giving information about their lineage. A short and long list of local gods and national god lists were available. Scholars know it by the opening line, An God Anu, which is regarded as the Great God List. It occupies 7 tablets and contains over 2,100 names and epithets of gods and goddesses. A staggering number, but also somewhat misleading. When one understands that sometimes dozens or even hundreds of listings might be epithets for the same deity. The younger son of Enlil, for example, who was called Ishkur in Sumerian, Adad in Akkadian, and Teshub by the Hittites, had another 38 epithet names. As well as the deities, spouses, and offspring, chief viziers and other personal attendants were also included in the Great God List. Each tablet of this series has 2 columns. A left column with the deity's Sumerian name, epithet, and a right column with the equivalent Akkadian epithet. This series is known as An. Anu-Shah-Ameli was also covered. Despite the Akkadian title, it corresponds to an earlier basic listing of the Sumerian pantheon, only 157 names and epithets. From these lists, we learn that Enuma Elish's choice of names for various planets was not accidental. They were borrowed from the canonical god lists to enhance Marduk's genealogical claims to supremacy. He is the son of Enki, the firstborn son of Anu, known as the scion of a royal Nibirian line of 21 predecessors. The Great God list then names the children and functionaries of Anu's group. Skipping his two principal sons, Enki, Enlil, and Ninmah, who are listed separately, along with their family groups and aides, along with Anshar and Kishar, therefore arranged by couples. The list also includes Lahma and Lahama from Enuma Elish, Enurula, and Ninuru Ula, and, notably, a couple with the unusual names Alala and Belili. After this list of Anu's predecessors, the list ends with the postscript 21 lordly mothers and fathers, arranged into 10 couples plus an unespoused male. Regardless of how these god lists are viewed, the primary and dominant role of the divine king Anu is prominent. In a Hittite text titled Kingship in Heaven, Anu is revealed to be a usurper who forcefully deposed the reigning king of Nibiru. The 12 mighty old gods, the godfathers and the godmothers, and all the gods in heaven and on dark-hued earth, were called upon to pay attention to the account of the usurpation. The text said, "In the olden days, Allalu was the king of heaven. On his throne sat Allalu. As the first among the gods, mighty Anu stood before him, bowed at his feet, and set the drinking cup in his hand. For 9 counted periods, Allalu ruled in heaven. Anu fought Allalu in the 9th period. Allalu was defeated and fled before Anu. He descended to the dark-hued earth. Anu sat atop the throne. Anu, serving as the cupbearer, a role requiring utmost loyalty, betrays the king's trust and seizes the throne in a bloody coup d'état. But why? Even though he bears the epithet title, First Among the Gods, the text cannot illuminate the relationship between Anu and the reigning king. As the narrator appeals to the olden gods, the fathers and the mothers of the gods, a struggle for power over the throne is revealed, caused by past events, genealogical relationships, or dynastic rivalries. Anu had a claim on the throne that, in his opinion, trumped Allalu's because of succession rules that sought to untangle conflicting claims between a firstborn and a legal heir, between a son by a spouse and another by a concubine, and a rule granting priority to a son by a half-sister. These contradictory claims, one must conclude, began long before the Anu-Allalu incident, and, as we shall see, continued afterward. The Enki group follows Anu's on the Great God list. The extant version was probably compiled in Babylon. The Enlilites follow, followed by Ninhursag's group. Other lists follow the Enlil group, including the shorter Sumerian list. The god lists contain clues to an old and festering issue regarding kingship on Nibiru that affected events on Earth in the past. A closer look reveals a tug-of-war reflected in the varied positioning of the players. For Enki, but not for Enlil, the Great God list includes the names of predecessor-ancestor couples that differ from Anu's. They bear such names as Enul and Ninul, Enmul and Ninmul, Enlu and Ninlu, and En.Du and Nindu. These divine predecessor couples of Enki are not part of the Anu group. As the list moves on to the 10th couple, named Anshar and Kishar, there is a precise match between Anshar and Kishar in Anu's list. As the events unfolded, there was a severe hierarchy problem. A separate ancestor couple would represent Enki's mother, who would not have been Antu's concubine, since Anu was Enki's father. Enki declared in his autobiography with some desperation, "I am the leader of the Anunnaki, engendered by the fertile seed of An, the big brother of all the gods. He was first born and engendered by fecund seed, but only from his father's side. Enlil sat beside the enthroned Anu to his right. Enlil placed second in the ranking of the elite 12 great gods to Anu, with a rank of 50. Enki followed with a rank of 40. Along with the right of succession, the crown prince was granted to Enlil because his mother was Antu. And Antu was not only Anu's spouse, but also his half-sister, providing Enlil with a double dose of fecund genetic seeds. Thus we see two old-time clans vying for the throne on Nibiru at war, seeking peace through intermarriage, a device not unfamiliar on Earth, where warring tribes and nations often engaged in intermarriage to bring peace. And taking turns, sometimes violently, as with Anu's coup against Alalu. The deposed king's name, Alalu in Hittite, differs from several other N1s, but it is virtually identical to the oddly named Alala in Anu's list, suggesting an affiliation with a different clan and accession to the throne through intermarriage. The Bible tales of the patriarchs emphasize one's genetic seed line and succession rules. Was Alalu's violent overthrow an isolated event, or was it part of a history of continuous, even if intermittent, fighting between two clans or nations on Nibiru? According to the god list, his downfall resulted from unresolved strife between the Nibirian clans. Some texts suggest Alalu was a usurper, and attempts were made to overthrow Anu. The composition of Anu's royal court offers a hint about Nibiru's events. 3 commanders in charge of the Mu rocket ships and 2 commanders of the weapons. 5 military men comprised almost half the 11 ministers, excluding the 7 scribes. 2 of the 5 generals dealt only with weaponry, for the palace was guarded by 2 outstanding weapons systems overseen by 2 royal princes. The government is therefore essentially military. What are they protected from? Whom are they protected from? As a risk of preempting a chapter yet to be written, we can mention that in 2024 BC, the Anunnaki then on Earth employed nuclear weapons in their clan wars. According to ancient texts, which we will quote, 7 nuclear devices were used, and they were brought to Earth from Nibiru. Nuclear weapons were part of the Nibirian military arsenal, whether the Sharur and Shargas that protected Anu's palace were such weapons. Have they ever been used in Nibiru? If they were used on a distant planet called Earth, where at their peak, just 900 Nibirians, 600 Anunnaki, 300 Igigi lived, why not? Nibiru itself had so much at stake. Viewing our solar system as a once created, forever frozen assemblage of planets orbiting a central nuclear cauldron, the Sun, the planets and moons of the solar system are alive with natural phenomena. They have inner nuclear cores, create and emit heat, sustain volcanic activity, have atmospheres, and have changing climates. Some have frozen surfaces, and some have features similar to Earth's. Some have water, some have chemical lakes, some seem dead, and some reveal compounds that could show life. Seasons have even been detected on exoplanets orbiting other distant stars' suns' planets whose mere existence was previously the domain of science fiction. Mars, once thought to be a lifeless world since its birth, is now known, through robotic space exploration since the 1970s, to have had a proper atmosphere, even if occasional dust storms still occurred. Flowing water, rivers, and vast seas and lakes, including a frozen lake, ice-covered water, and even muddy soil. The Anunnaki used habitable Mars as a way station for their interplanetary spacecraft from and to Nibiru, where the Igigi were stationed to operate smaller shuttlecraft between Earth and Mars. The Igigi shuttlecraft landed on Earth on a vast platform with a launch tower named the Landing Place, built with colossal stone blocks. In the Stairway to Heaven, we identified the location as Baalbek in the Lebanon Mountains. The vast stone platform and the launch tower, which were made of enormous stone blocks, still stand. At the northwest corner of the platform, the tower was strengthened by 3 massive stone blocks weighing over 1,100 tons each, known as the Trilithon. Local legend attributes them to the giants. The Earth experienced a violent beginning, with the gathering of oceans and seas, the sliding of continents, firm land, volcanic eruptions and tidal waves, remember the deluge, ice ages and warm intervals, alias climate change, and atmospheric problems due to too much of this, e.g. carbon emissions, or too little of that, such as ozone loss. Therefore, it is logical to assume that planet Nibiru has experienced similar natural events. Those who have read and accepted conclusions regarding Nibiru have still wondered how the Anunnaki can survive on a planet far from the sun. Wouldn't they? And all life on the planet freeze to death in no time. We and life on Earth have the same problem. Even though Earth is at a presumed livable distance from the sun, we must leave Earth's surface just a little and freeze to death. Like other planets, Earth has a nuclear core that produces heat. It gets warmer and warmer as miners go deeper underground. Our planet's atmosphere acts as a greenhouse, keeping in the warmth we receive from the sun. We depend on the heat coming from the sun because of our thick rocky mantle. Nibiru's atmosphere offers protection, but the primary purpose is to keep in the heat emanating from the planet's core and prevent it from dissipating into space. The planet's elliptical orbit provides a warm summer for only part of its year, one orbit around the sun. During its longer winter, the planet relies on its inner core heat to support its life. Nibiru was a rare planet, and its use or misuse for the planet's salvation only added to the simmering conflicts. As with all planets, Nibiru has experienced natural climate and atmospheric changes. When its inhabitants developed nuclear technology and could fly into space, nuclear weapons caused increasing atmospheric problems. Nibiru's scientists created a shield of gold particles to repair and protect their planet's damaged atmosphere. Amidst these circumstances, Anu seized the throne from Alalu, and Alalu fled on a rocket ship for his life, in search of a haven on an uninhabited planet far away. Nigerians called the distant planet Ki. An ancient Hittite text clarified it went down to the dark-hued earth. The discovery that its waters contained gold was a trump card when Alalu demanded to be reinstated as king. Ea was Alalu's son-in-law, having espoused Damkina for state reasons. Hence his willingness to allow Ea to verify Alalu's discovery. After the overthrow, Ea Enki, son of Anu and son-in-law of Alalu, was the only one trusted to lead Mission Earth in the post-overthrow circumstances of mistrust and animosity. In his autobiography, Ea describes his mission and arrival to Earth as retrieving and sending back to Nibiru the valuable metal. As a result, planet Earth became the stage for the subsequent astounding events. Being the eminent scientist he was, Ea traced the gold back to its nearest prime source, the gold lodes deep within the rocks of the Abzu. The eminent scientist Ea could not extract more gold from what is now known as the Persian Gulf than it contained. Minute quantities requiring vast amounts of water to be processed. Nibiru, of course, had gold, so the Anunnaki had to switch to a mining operation and establish Arali, the land of mines. Mission Earth was changing in nature, requiring more personnel, new equipment, settlements on 2 continents, and new transportation and communication facilities. All required a different type of leader, one who was less a scientist and more capable of organization, discipline, and command. Enlil, Lord of the Command, the Crown Prince, was chosen for the task. The subsequent events revealed him as a strict disciplinarian, a by-the-book commander. In contrast to Enki's autobiography, Enlil's journey is chronicled in another document, a circular disc made of unusual clay. The British Museum in London, currently in possession of this artifact found in the ruins of Nineveh, displays it as just an ancient writing. A surprising omission considering that it depicts Enlil's route from his planet to Earth both graphically and verbally. This book is divided into 8 segments. The information regarding Enlil's journey is found in a primarily intact segment. The segment's margins are names of stars and constellations, showing that the celestial space exists. The writing, in translation, suggests landing instructions. At the segment's center is a route connecting the mountainous planet pictograph with a segment of the skies familiar from Sumerian astronomy as Earth's location. There is a turn in the route between Jupiter and Mars, Sumerian names for the planets. The statement, in Akkadian under the root line, clearly states, "The god Enlil went by the planets." Furthermore, there are 7 of them, since anyone entering our solar system from outside would encounter Pluto first, Neptune and Uranus second, Saturn and Jupiter third, Mars fourth, and Earth seventh. It was not a simple task to change duties and command structure. Enlil challenged Ea's prerogatives by sending Earth, his rival for the throne. Anu journeyed to Earth and offered his 2 sons to settle succession by lot. Half-brothers' bickering and mistrust are reflected on the one hand by Enki's cry that he is now reduced in status, the fecund seed, and by Enlil's complaint that Ea is withholding from him the mean arcane term usually translated as divine formulas, a kind of memory chip necessary for every aspect of the mission. We know what ensued from the Atrahasis epic. Gods clapped hands, cast lots, and then divided. Their father Anu was the king. Commander Enlil was the warrior. On his return to heaven, Anu left the earth to his underlings. Enclosed like a loop, seas were given to Enki, the prince. The texts following 14 lines, which dealt with Enlil's domain and tasks, are too damaged to read and translate appropriately. Other lines reveal that while Ea renamed Enki, Enki, Lord of Earth, was assigned to the Abzu to oversee the mining operation. Enlil took charge of the Edin, whose 2 rivers, the Euphrates and Tigris, are mentioned. We know from other texts that Enlil increased the number of Anunnaki settlements from Ea's sole Eridu to the famed 5 cities of the gods, and added 3 more: Larsa, Nippur, and Lagash. Nippur, Akkadian for Nibiru, equals the splendid place of crossing, served as Enlil's mission control center. There the Anunnaki built the Ekur, house that is like a mountain. The temple tower's interior, equipped with tablets of destiny and filled with a bluish light, served as the Dodot and Kai, the bond heaven-earth. Forced to provide Enlil with me, Enki, his autobiography states, filled the Ekur, the abode of Enlil, with possessions, and the boats of Meluha transporting gold and silver brought them to Nippur. A straightforward layout emerges when the 8 settlements are visualized on a map. A flight corridor led from Nippur, the center, to Sipar, the spaceport city, which was anchored on the peaks of Mount Ararat, the highest point in the Near East. Shuruppak had medical facilities. Anunnaki ores were processed at Bad Tibia. Ingots were transported from Sipar to Mars in small shipments by the Anunnaki to Nibiru, using Mars as a space base, since Mars had a lesser gravitational pull than Nibiru. The Anunna arrived in 2 groups of 650 souls, henceforth called the Anunnaki, those who came from heaven on earth. They stayed on earth to serve. Their assignments included my work in the Abzu and the tasks in the Edin. Another 300 Igigi, those who observe and see, operated a shuttlecraft between Earth and Mars, and their significant base was on Mars. St. Petersburg's Hermitage Museum holds a 4,500-year-old cylinder seal depicting the setup. This image shows an Anunnaki eagleman, astronaut on Earth, symbolized by 7 dots and the crescent moon, greeted by a mask-wearing Igigi fishman on Mars, the 6-pointed planet symbol. A circular spacecraft with extended panels is visible above them. Amid mission Earth, Nibiru was saved, but trouble was brewing on Earth. A tale of the evil Zu. The myth of Zu, a Sumerian text, contains information about Enlil's Duranki, the Igigi, and the Anunnaki's weapons. It describes an attempted coup against Enlil by an Igigi leader named Zu. Discoveries of the text's tablets suggest his epithet was Anzu equals knower of heaven. According to the story, since the Igigi had to wear spacesuits with breathing masks and were confined on Earth to the landing place in the Cedar Mountain, all Igigi were upset, complaining and restless. Zu, their leader, was invited to Enlil's headquarters to discuss matters. With enough trust to pass freely through the guarded entrance, the evil Zu, to remove the Enlil ship to seize the command, conspired in his heart to take the divine tablet of destinies, to rule the decrees of all gods, to command all the Igigi. Consequently, one day when Enlil was bathing, Zu seized the tablet of destinies, took away Enlil's ship, and flew away with it to the mountain hideaway. When the tablet of destinies was removed, the Duranki were blinded by a blinding light. All divine formulas were suspended. The sanctuary's radiance dimmed. Stillness spread throughout. Silence prevailed. Enlil was speechless as the gods of the land gathered at the news. Aware of the gravity of the usurpation, Anu sought a volunteer among the gods to challenge Zu and take back the Tablet of Destinies. But all who attempted it failed, for the tablet's mysterious powers dispelled any projectiles fired at it. Ninurta, Enlil's firstborn, then used his 7 cyclones weapon, Xul, see illustration, to create a dust storm that forced Zu to take flight, like a bird. Ninurta pursued him in a skyship and engaged in an aerial battle. Ninurta shouted, "Wing to wing!" and fired a missile at Zu's pinions, causing Zu to crash. Ninurta captured him, tried him, and sentenced him to death. The Tablet of Destinies has been reinstalled in the Duranki, similar to the Sumerian tale of Zu, the lords of other peoples engaged in divine aerial battles. Egyptian hieroglyphics describe the aerial battle over the Sinai Peninsula, in which Horus defeated Seth. In Greek tales of the gods, Zeus's battles with Typhon were won when, in his winged chariot, he fired a thunderbolt at his opponent's aerial contraption. Sanskrit texts in Hinduism describe gods flying in cloud-borne chariots and using missiles in aerial battles. The earliest history of Babylon is little known. Among the many cities flourishing in southern Iraq, the town first appears in texts in the 3rd millennium BC. Until the last century of the 3rd millennium, few references existed to Babylon. However, offerings made to the temple of Enlil in Nippur during this period, when Babylon was part of an empire ruled by suggest a city already of some size and wealth. After relative obscurity in the middle of the 18th century BC, Babylon emerged as the political center of southern Mesopotamia. It held this position almost continuously for the next 1,400 years. Near Baghdad, around 85 kilometers south of the Euphrates, is the site of Babylon. The area is north of southern Iraq's Great Alluvial Plain, a silt landscape deposited by the Tigris and Euphrates into a vast rift created by tectonic movement as the Arabian Plate slips beneath the neighboring Eurasian Plate. In addition to defining modern-day Iraq's northern and eastern boundaries, the Taurus and Zagros mountain ranges were created by the same collision. As a result, Mesopotamia encompasses several environmental zones, but Babylon is found in southern Iraq's flat alluvial plain. In addition to containing one of the world's earliest cities, the table is subject to several significant environmental constraints that have shaped human settlements since long before the foundation of Babylon. Rain-fed agriculture is beyond the reach of this area due to its high temperatures. Despite the little precipitation this part of Iraq receives, it is uneven and unreliable. The bulk of a season's rain can fall in a single downpour, damaging crops as severe droughts. For human habitation depends on the 2 great rivers, and the permanent settlement requires irrigation. Upon establishment, however, on the levees of canals, such a system could benefit from the rich alluvial soils and support highly productive agriculture. Many scholars argue that the region's ability to produce large agricultural surpluses significantly contributed to its early urbanization and economic development, although the specifics of this contribution are hotly contested. Herodotus was undoubtedly impressed. As a grain-bearing country, Assyria, meaning Mesopotamia, is the richest globally, as he describes in his description of the 5th century BC. Figs, grapes, olives, or other fruit trees are not grown there. But the grain fields tend to produce crops 200-fold and 300-fold in exceptional years. At least 3 inches wide are the wheat and barley blades. Millet and sesame grow to an astonishing size, as I know. But those who have not visited Babylon have refused to believe even what I have already described as its fertility. Sesame is the only oil they use, and date palms, most of which bear fruit, provide them with food, wine, and honey. It was necessary to maintain the infrastructure that facilitated such abundance, including the irrigation system and the parallel drainage system. Since water can also bring salt to the surface through capillary action, making the land too saline for agriculture. Water control was an essential source of power and conflict in the ancient world, just as it is today, as Iraq and its upstream neighbors, Turkey and Syria, struggled with competing water demands. Although labor organization requirements resulting from this need may not have been the primary driving force behind the earliest urbanization during the 4th millennium BC, where canal systems were relatively modest, it is clear that by the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, a large amount of labor was required to maintain significant canal systems. 7. This very flat area is also subject to natural or artificial changes in river courses. Similarly, massive engineering projects to change watercourses figure prominently in ancient Greek stories about Babylon, where watercourse changes are an essential military strategy. Most of our knowledge about Babylon has come from excavations conducted by the Deutsche Orientgesellschaft between 1899 and 1917. The high water table has been challenging in exploring Babylon's early history. Excavations concentrated on the later phases of occupation, mainly Nebuchadnezzar II's 604 to 562 BC. Reconstruction of the city center in the 6th century BC. Several older monuments, including the famous Code of Hammurabi, were found in the Iranian city of Susa. These treasures were looted from Babylon and carried there in antiquity by the Elamite king Shutruk-Nahunte, circa 1185 to 1155 BC, in the 12th century BC. Moreover, the cult statues of Marduk, the city's chief god, and his consort Zapanitu were among the booty from the same invasion. His name was derived from an illustrious predecessor who, at the end of the 12th century BC, recovered Babylon's honor and prosperity when he recovered the statues. Ancient Babylonia. As Mesopotamia developed into a polity of more considerable powers during the 3rd millennium BC, there were no longer city-states but larger states, even empires. During the later centuries of the 3rd millennium, archaeologists have been unable to determine the exact location of Akkad, a city in southern Iraq whose precise location has not yet been determined. Ur, and finally, the rival powers of Isin and Larsa, ruled multiple towns in the south. It is believed that the rise of Babylon to a position of central political importance dates back to Hammurabi's reign. 1790 to 1752 BC. The most famous king of an Amorite dynasty, based on their likely tribal origins, who ruled from the early 19th century BC. After a period of territorial competition dominated by the cities of Isin and Larsa, Babylon emerged victorious, initially as the leader of a coalition, and later as the sole ruler. By the end of Hammurabi's mid-18th century BC, Babylon had established hegemony over southern Iraq and a significant area to the north. Like civic institutions, the urban, literate Mesopotamian world had existed for over a millennium. The modern title of lawgiver that has been bestowed upon Hammurabi since then does not fully honor him. His political and military triumphs position him as the most pivotal figure. The conquest of Lhasa allowed him to claim the title of King of Sumer and Akkad, i.e. southern Iraq as well, which was followed by the conquest of Mari to the north, and eventually of Ashur and Nineveh. As Hammurabi established Babylon's superiority among the cities of southern Iraq, it was successfully defended, although the Sealand dynasty challenged it heavily in the south. The first dynasty of Babylon, rulers since the early 19th century BC, retained power and part of Hammurabi's territory until 1595 BC. As another and even more enduring legacy, Babylon remained the principal political center of southern Mesopotamia, which from this point forward we can call Babylonia, until the time of Seleucus I, Nicator, and the founding of Seleucia on the Tigris, near the end of the 4th century BC. Babylon's rise to power as a powerful city has been the subject of legend, which is appropriate. The Code of Hammurabi, popularly known as the world's first code of laws, is one of the most important and iconic objects in the Mesopotamian collection of the Musée du Louvre. Its laws are still the first cuneiform texts studied by students of Assyriology, the study of ancient Mesopotamian languages and literature. Older lists of laws exist, but the number of laws and their presentation in such a striking public format give the Code of Hammurabi a unique significance. Kassite Babylon. Hammurabi's successors saw their fortunes wane over time. The gradual weakening of Babylonian power eventually allowed the Anatolian Hittite Empire to launch a brief but highly successful military raid on Mesopotamia and Babylon in 1595 BC. After this incursion, the Old Babylonian period ended, and a more fragmented era began, which, at least from a Babylonian perspective, was dominated by a dynasty of Kassite kings. At the end of the 18th century BC, the Kassites first appear in Mesopotamian texts. Nevertheless, they are only visible in Babylon's story by the 16th century. The people from the Zagros Mountains in Iran speak a non-Semitic language, unrelated to Babylonian. Kassite families are thought to have settled in Mesopotamia in increasing numbers during the 17th century BC, while a Kassite kingdom bordering Babylon may have posed a military threat. However, the Hittites under Mushili I, circa 1620 to 1595 BC, ended the first dynasty of Babylon. If not for the court intrigue in the Hittite capital of Hattusha and the assassination of Mushili shortly after the raid, the Hittite presence might have lasted a lot longer. As a result, the other neighbors battled over a desperately weakened Babylon. The Sarland kings of the south are thought to have held Babylon briefly in the 16th century BC before the Kassites took control of the city and northern Mesopotamian plains. However, the evidence for the 16th century BC is highly sparse. It is also not clear at what point Kassite control was established. Based on a later document, during the reign of Kassite king Agum II, the statues of Marduk and the consort Zapanitu were recovered from the Hittite capital Hattusha, where they had been taken even before Mushili III's invasion, and returned to the massive temple Esagila in Babylon, circa 1570 BC. This act marked the beginning of 4 centuries of Kassite rule, if not the legitimation. 15. By the mid-15th century, the Kassites also controlled the southern region of Babylonia, previously held by the Sealands. Kassite settlements returned to a more rural pattern during the period. Archaeological survey data suggest that smaller payments became more common overall in southern Mesopotamia, while larger settlements declined. Kurigalzu Bafren, 1375 BC, completed monumental building projects in Babylon and other cities. Kassites as a whole were a large and prosperous state, but they never achieved international political or military dominance. During the latter half of the 2nd millennium BC, other significant powers included the Hittite Empire in Turkey and Mitanni, a kingdom composed of small Hurrian states, unified at around 1500 BC. and covering much of Syria and northern Iraq at its height. The incredible archive known as the Amarna Letters has described this period as an international age. Documents discovered in Akhetaten, the capital of Amarna, reveal the correspondence between Amenophis III and Akhenaten and Kassite, kings, at Babylon, written in Babylonian cuneiform. According to tablets from Iraq, Syria, the Levant, and Anatolia, the kings of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East engaged in similar posts, along with gift exchange and intermarriage. In the 14th to 15th centuries BC, kuduros are large stone land grants inscribed with texts, religious motifs, and sometimes human figures, distinctively Kassite Babylonian artifacts. However, these monuments clearly display Babylonian iconography, with the inscriptions written in Babylonian cuneiform. Kassite material and visual culture differ from the preceding Old Babylonian period, yet exhibit continuity with the earlier Mesopotamian world. Assimilation was a typical pattern in Babylon's history, where conquerors emulated or adapted Babylonian cultural forms rather than trying to impose their own. Even if the reasons for this trend have varied over time, the trend certainly indicates the significance of Babylon in terms of culture, religion, and politics. The Elamite community and others. Assyrian king Tukulti-Ninurta I, 1243 to 1207 BC, sacked Babylon during the reign of Kassite king Kashtiliashu IV, 1232 to 1225 BC. A substantial amount of destruction took place, at least according to Assyrian texts. Tukulti-Ninurta I is believed to have returned to Babylon. Put to the sword, the Babylonians after I destroyed the wall of Babylon. The booty included the seizure of Esagil and Babylon's properties. After I removed Marduk from his throne, I sent him to Assyria. It was his decision to place his governors in Karduniash, Babylon. Tukulti-Ninurta I ruled Karduniash for 7 years. Assyria ruled Babylon for the first time. Sargon and Naram-Sin, the first empire builders in ancient Mesopotamia, held titles such as King of Sumer and Akkad, and King of the Upper and Lower Seas, i.e., from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. When Tukulti-Ninurta described this event in his royal inscriptions, he might have been echoing the language of Akkadian kings. Amid the battle, King Katilyau declares, "I captured Katilyau, king of the Kassites, just like a footstool. I took him captive and brought him to my lord. Since the lower sea borders my land on the east, I became lord over Sumer and Akkad. The Mediterranean and Middle Eastern worlds experienced instability and upheaval during Tukulti-Ninurta's reign, and Babylonian power was weakened. Elamite interference, including Adad Shuma user, 1216 to 1187 BC, Meli Shaipak, 1186 to 1172 BC, and Marduk Apla Idina Foy, 1171 to 1159 BC, shattered Assyrian control in Babylon. Then, military pressure from Assyria and Elam ended the Kassite state. The Elamite king Shutruk-Nahunta attacked the city in 1159 BC. His son was installed as king of Babylon during this time, and several Babylonian monuments were taken to the Elamite capital at Susa. Today, Hammurabi's code is the most famous, but the loss of Marduk's statue was much more deeply felt then. It was an ancient tradition in Mesopotamia to take a city's god, and the act had various meanings. Cult statues were naturally valuable objects, but that was just the beginning. Statues in ancient Iraq were much more than images. They are still unclear today. They were as if they were gods themselves. The fact that a foreign army could kill the gods' statues in a city suggested that the gods abandoned the city. Thus, the loss of cult statues was a humiliating and traumatic experience, and their recovery was a crucial civic honor, even centuries later. The descendants of more or less local dynasties ruled Babylon for several centuries. Although the dynasty never returned to power during the brief Elamite regime, it faced violent Kassite resistance. Under Nebuchadnezzar I, 1125 to 1104, the second dynasty of Isin recovered the statue of Marduk from Susa after a successful military campaign, an event that had significant ramifications for Babylonian cultural identity. During the 3rd millennium BC, Nebuchadnezzar's reinstallation of Marduk in Babylon represents the culmination of his rise from obscure origins to prominence. During this time, Enuma Elish first appeared in the Babylonian epic of creation, which justified Marduk's, and thus Babylon's, preeminence through his heroic role in the conquest of chaos at the beginning of time. The Assyrian Empire. Although Nebuchadnezzar I achieved incredible things, Babylonia did not gain long-term independence. The reign of Nebuchadnezzar was the most successful of the second dynasty of the Isin kings, and raids by Aramean tribal groups throughout his successors revealed the limits of Babylonian state power. Tiglath-Pileser IV, 1114 to 1076 BC, revived Assyrian fortunes, and by the 1st millennium BC, Babylon was once again weak politically and militarily. Assyria prospered under successive kings, who developed their small state in northern Iraq into one of the most powerful military powers in the region, with an empire covering much of the Middle East. Until the 8th century BC, Babylon remained independent. Tiglath-Pileser III increasingly campaigned in the south following his accession in 745 BC, initially against Chaldean and Aramean tribal enemies. Upon the end of his rule in 727 BC, Babylonia was under the direct control of the Assyrians. Shalmaneser V's brief reign, 726 to 722 BC, and the rise to power of the usurper Sargon II, 721 to 705 BC, allowed Babylonia to assert its independence under Marduk-Pala-Adin II, the biblical Merodach-Balaban, a ruler of the Chaldean Bit Yakin tribe who installed himself as king of Babylon in 721 BC. Maintaining Babylonia's independence until completely overthrown by Sargon in 710 BC. Babylonian rebels regularly faced Assyrian rule in the 8th and 7th centuries BC before Christ. Bit Dakuri, Bit Amukani, and Bit Yakin were powerful Chaldean tribes whose territory spanned from Borsippa, near Babylon, south along the Euphrates to the Persian Gulf. Assyrian armies found the tribes quite mobile, possibly because they made more of the landscape and environment than their more powerful opponents. Compared to their neighbors in the cities of northern Babylonia, they were less at risk from Assyrian campaigns. Sennacherib posed a constant threat to Assyrian control over Babylonia. Marduk-Apla-Iddina briefly took control of Babylon following a revolt in 703 BC. After defeating the rebellion, Sennacherib installed Bel-Ibni as Babylon's king, a Babylonian raised in the Assyrian court. Sennacherib was forced to fight a new campaign against Marduk-Apla-Iddina due to the resistance, resulting in the removal of Bel-Ibni from the throne and the installation of his son as king of Babylon, Ashur-nadin-shumi. Babylonia again rebelled against Assyria in 694 BC, triggered by an Elamite invasion of Babylonia itself. Following his capture, presumably by Babylonian conspirators, Nergal-ushezib assumed Ashur-nadin-shumi's kingship. Nergal-ushezib ruled briefly. He was captured by the Assyrians in 693 BC and killed. Although Babylon was well defended, it had to endure a protracted siege. Mushezib-Marduk continued the rebellion, but Assyria was militarily superior to Babylonia. Here is an example from a contemporary legal source. Babylonia suffered from siege, famine, hunger, want, and hard times during Mushezib-Marduk. The destruction had left everything untouched. At that time, 1 shekel of silver could be exchanged for 2 QA of barley. There was no way out of the city, as all 4 gates were barred. In Babylon, the squares were filled with dead men, and there was no one available to bury them. Whether Babylon was taken by force or surrendered due to starvation in 689 BC remains unclear. Sennacherib's actions, which included the abolition of Babylon's independent kingship, were measures of last resort essential to ending a 5-year war. Mesopotamian culture held Babylon in high. Despite this, Sennacherib's texts emphasize the extent of the destruction. On cliff faces near the mouth of Sennacherib's irrigation canal for his capital at Nineveh, the Bavarian inscription is explicit. The city and its houses were all destroyed from foundation to parapet. They were devastated and burned. The outer and inner walls of the town, the temples, and the ziggurat were razed, and their bricks and earthwork were discarded into the Aratu Canal. To prevent future generations from recognizing the site of the city's temples, I dissolved the area with water and made it look like flooded land. My canal sliced through the center of the town. I filled it with water, eroded its foundations, and destroyed it more comprehensively than a devastating flood. Babylon's cultural and religious importance made its destruction all the more shocking, and both Babylonian and Assyrian historical texts later avoided the topic, at times attributing it to a flood brought on by the wrath of Marduk. Having failed to install a loyal vassal as king of Babylon, Sennacherib now ruled directly over the kingdom. Sennacherib moved Marduk's statue for the 2nd time, most likely to Ashur. The Akitu Chronicle records that the New Year festival did not occur during the 20-year absence of the figure from Babylon. During the late 8th and early 7th centuries BC, Babylonia was depopulated in a broader sense. The deportations into the Assyrian heartland reduced the danger of dissent and rebellion, allowing for ambitious building programs at Nineveh and agricultural work in other parts of the empire. Esarhaddon, the son and successor of Sennacherib, 681 to 669 BC, faced further rebellions but rebuilt Babylon after it had seemingly been abandoned for 11 years following Sennacherib's destruction. According to his inscriptions, the rebuilding of Babylon was accompanied by a resurgence of the piety and reverence for Babylon traditionally expressed by Assyrian kings, and was only temporarily interrupted during Sennacherib's reign. According to various versions, the Assyrians assembled a massive group of workers drawn from Babylonia, Assyria, and conquered lands, and Esarhaddon claimed to have personally participated in the project. The following is how Brinkman summarizes its content. In Esarhaddon's Babylon inscriptions, there is an emphasis on the divine reasons behind Babylon's fall and revival. Bad omens, the wrongdoings of the Babylonians, like stealing from temples, the city's destruction by a major flood, Marduk's choice to reduce the years of ruin from 70 to 11, good omens, and the city's restoration. Esarhaddon did not install a king in Babylon. 2 of his sons, Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shuma-ukin, inherited Assyria and Babylonia. Ashurbanipal was to hold authority over both kingdoms through an arrangement that maintained the unity of the empire, while establishing a close yet unequal relationship between the 2 brothers. As Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal continued his father's work of rebuilding Babylon. He continued to expand and strengthen the Assyrian Empire during the 16 years of this dual monarchy. A grand celebration in Babylonia and Assyria was caused by the return of kingship via Shamash-shuma-ukin and the statue of Marduk, whether the original or a new one produced in Assyria, as recorded in Ashurbanipal's texts. During Ashurbanipal's reign, Egypt to the west and Elam to the east were the most significant military threats. Assyrian campaigns against both powers were successful, and the empire's reach grew. The dual kingship system ended as Shamash-shuma-ukin turned against his brother in 652 BC. That year marked the beginning of the most severe Babylonian revolt against Assyria. Whether Ashurbanipal overused his position as his brother's overlord, or Shamash-shuma-ukin believed he could stand against Assyria militarily with Elamite and tribal support, the result was a devastating war ruinous for both kingdoms. Babylon was under siege for 2 years when it fell in 648 BC. Famine and disease once again accompanied the war, and other cities in Babylonia suffered. Even after Babylon was reconquered, the Assyrian army remained occupied for several more years in campaigns of retribution against Elam, the tribes of southern Mesopotamia, and the tribes of the western deserts. Although Assyria had beaten all its enemies by the end of 7 years of fighting, the campaign exhausted even the most formidable military machines. After Ashurbanipal's victory, there were no recorded Assyrian movements. But the struggle had depleted the Assyrian Empire's resources, potentially even leading to its collapse. During the destruction of Babylon, Shamash-shuma-ukin burnt to death, leaving unclear whether his death was due to suicide, murder, or accident. Ashurbanipal's prisms claim that the god Ashur threw Shamash-shuma-ukin into the flames. Several non-cuneiform versions of the story survive. An Aramaic version of the report can be found on an Egyptian papyrus fragment from the 4th century BC. It may have even inspired the Greek tale of Sardanapalus. Shamash-shuma-ukin is missing from the Assyrian relief that shows Ashurbanipal taking Babylon's surrender and tribute, regardless of what happened to him. After defeating the Assyrians in Babylon, Nabopolassar became the new king. Kandalanu ruled Babylon after the war, yet the textual record contains little information about him. Babylonia recovered economically in the next 2 decades, but fell into political chaos after Ashurbanipal and Kandalanu died in 627 BC. While Assyria held northern Mesopotamia with the help of its former rival Egypt, the Assyrian and Egyptian forces were defeated decisively at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 BC. Assyria never regained control. Babylonians and Medes captured Nineveh in 612 BC. As a result of the fall of the Assyrian Empire, Babylon became a crucial player in the Middle East. The Neo-Babylonian period, Babylon's triumphant. The new dynasty of Nabopolassar, 625 to 605 BC, and Nebuchadnezzar II, 604 to 562 BC, established Babylon as the capital of an empire extending from the Zagros Mountains to the Mediterranean Sea. Assyria had some links with this dynasty. Today, it is known as Neo-Babylonian. In the Old Testament, the dynasty is referred to as Chaldean, and modern scholarship has determined that Nabopolassar was a member of the Bit Yakin tribe, although there is limited evidence to support this. Nabopolassar inherited territory and administration from the Assyrian Empire, regardless of the dynasty's origins. The Babylonian kings also inherited a rivalry between the Assyrians and Egyptians to control the Levantine domain. Nebuchadnezzar had already successfully campaigned against Egypt in the west as crown prince. The Babylonian king had to ensure that the subject states did not shift their allegiances or withdraw their tribute from the Babylonian crown. This was a problem for Judah. It took Nebuchadnezzar twice to re-establish his authority in Jerusalem, 597 and 587 to 586 BC. Judean king Jehoiakim, his family and other deportees were taken during the first exile in Babylon. On the second day, Nebuchadnezzar sacked Jerusalem, looted the temple, and deported more Jews to Babylon. There may have been further deportations in 582 to 581 BC, based on the book of Jeremiah. This event will be discussed in more detail in the next chapter. For now, this aspect of Nebuchadnezzar's reign has defined the king and his city far more entirely than predicted. Deportations of this kind had a long tradition, and no aspects of the procedure were inherently new or unusual. Early in the first millennium BC, Assyria controlled a large territory. Due to this expansion, the administration developed slowly and piecemeal. Assyrian heartland wealth was primarily derived from taxes and tributes from provinces, vassals, and puppet states. However, it wasn't effortless to govern such a vast and disparate empire. Keeping uprisings at bay on the edges of the empire was a significant concern for Assyrian kings. Deportations in mass are among them. When the new territory was conquered or a rebellious vassal was crushed, the imperial presence in the trouble spot was often complemented by the removal of large numbers of indigenous people to the imperial center, effectively breaking up rebellious populations and reducing the potential for future resistance to imperial rule. The practice was effective from the Neo-Assyrian period to the Persian conquest of Babylon in 539 BC. Some immigrants at the center of the empire, like Daniel in the Bible, rose to high-status positions, but most were not servants. Eventually he becomes a trusted royal confidant and receives a complete Babylonian scribal education. Deportations, common in later empires, even if less formalized, can also be seen as a harmonizing and inclusive way to create and maintain a viable imperial identity. To rule a kingdom with religious and ethnic diversity effectively. Non-Babylonians are understandably pessimistic about the policy. Among these foreign sources, the biblical references covering the Judean exile have had a far more significant impact in forming a modern identity for ancient Babylonia than any other ancient texts, including those of the imperial elites themselves. From the perspective of biblical authors, the destruction and deportation of Jerusalem and the subsequent deportation of Jews to Babylon is a significant event and a symbol of enormous significance for Judaism and Christianity. Judea's exile would undoubtedly have come as a surprise to Nebuchadnezzar. The most influential acts of his reign were establishing an empire under his father, Nabopolassar, and rebuilding Babylon as an imperial capital. As revealed by archaeologists in the early 20th century, the city was predominantly built by Nebuchadnezzar in the early 6th century BC, precisely the period most relevant to the Judean exile, and to Babylon's most significant global significance. The inscriptions on his buildings, and a text called Nebuchadnezzar, King of Justice, detail Nebuchadnezzar's achievements. His service to the wicked's law, order, and punishment makes him a model of a just king. There is more evidence in Nebuchadnezzar's inscriptions that he referred to antiquity, and Hammurabi's qualities resemble those of the king's most illustrious predecessor. Nebuchadnezzar's monumental inscriptions are written in an archizing script, typical of the old Babylonian period, thus reflecting the pronouncements of a king who had reigned over a millennium earlier. Upon the death of Nebuchadnezzar, Marduk was heir to his throne. In Babylon, court life could be precarious, evidenced by the speed with which successions followed. The latter was once out of favor and imprisoned. He was a victim of court intrigue. Marduk lasted only 2 years in his own right, asking after his father, Nebuchadnezzar, who ruled for over 4 decades. Although he may have acted as regent in the final years of his father's reign, Marduk ruled for over 4 decades. The latter took the throne after killing his brother-in-law Neriglissar in 560 BC. However, Neriglissar died soon after he took the throne. After only 3 months on the throne, his son Labashi Marduk died, almost certainly murdered. Nabonidus, 556 to 539 BC, was the next monarch to hold the throne, a king who would be more long-lived but not necessarily prosperous. Was Labashi Marduk murdered by Nabonidus? In his stela, Nabonidus explains that Labashi Marduk sat on the royal throne against the god's intentions when he was a minor, adding that he is the executor of Nebuchadnezzar and Neriglissar's wills, the kings and queens before me. In his defense, Dougherty points out that there is no mention of Labashi Marduk's killing or the usurpation of the throne, and he argues that since Nabonidus emphasizes his connections to Nebuchadnezzar and Neriglissar instead of starting a new dynasty, there is sufficient support for the theory that the last reign of the Neo-Babylonian Empire was a continuation of the previous one. Nonetheless, there are obvious political reasons for not mentioning murder or usurpation, and referring to earlier kings in support of a claim to the throne. In addition, the story's details were preserved by later Babylonian historian Berosus, who maintained Nabonidus' indictment of Labashi Marduk, claiming that the young king had been murdered due to a coup. We must consider Labashi Marduk murdered, and Nabonidus the beneficiary of a violent coup, if not the leader. The conspirators elevated Nabonidus to the throne. Nabonidus did not belong to the royal family. Despite being the son of a nobody, he had no expectations of kingship, but his background was far from humble. He claims to have faithfully served kings from Nebuchadnezzar in his inscriptions, and he may even be the Labanitus of Babylon who appears in Herodotus as a broker of peace between Lydia and Media. Despite this, Nabonidus' account suggests his accession was sufficiently unexpected to require a greater degree of divine sanction. This is the great miracle of sin that none of the other gods know how to accomplish, which has not happened to this country since ancient times. I am Nabonidus, king of Babylon, and you are Sin, the lord of all gods and goddesses in heaven. When the gods and goddesses prayed to Sin for Nabonidus, the lonely one with no one whose heart lacked thought of kingship, Sin called me to kingship. The moon god was a significant figure in the Babylonian pantheon. However, most kings devoted themselves to the Babylonian patron deity Marduk and his son Nabu. According to the inscriptions of Adagupi, the high priestess of the moon god Sin at Haran, Nabonidus was also appointed king by the moon god, and his notes imply that during his reign, Nabonidus concentrated unusually on the cult of Sin. From the surviving textual sources, Nabonidus' devotion to the moon god arose from his upbringing, particularly from his remarkable mother. Despite being more than 2 millennia away, Adagupi strikes an imposing figure. Almost no Mesopotamian royal woman's name has survived. The fact that long texts have survived describing her life is virtually unique. In addition to suggesting power, ancient texts testify to an incredibly long and healthy life, especially in the ancient world. 2 steles from Haran contain Adagupi's autobiography. According to the autobiography, Adagupi lived to 104. Throughout her lifetime, she told us, I had good eyesight, excellent hearing, good hands and feet, well-chosen words, good food and drink, good health and a happy mind. My great-grandchildren remained healthy until the 4th generation, and consequently, I experienced the fullness of old age. Because several of the most important surviving sources are unambiguously anti-Nabonidus propaganda, it isn't easy to judge how far Nabonidus diverged from his court's expectations. The gathering of God's statues from other cities in Babylon before the Persian invasion is a prime example. It was conceived as a matter of their choice that the gods entered the town, and not all local deities entered the city on this occasion. After the conquest, it was easy to blame them for bringing the statues into the city, hence their failure to protect the town or its king. Nabonidus' long absence from Babylon is the most puzzling aspect of his reign. Around 553 BC, he traveled to Tama in northwestern Arabia, where he stayed for 10 years, leaving his son Belshazzar, the biblical Belshazzar, to rule Babylon. Even though this arrangement was highly irregular, it was also not satisfactory since the king could not perform cultic duties which were neglected for a decade. The reasons behind Nabonidus' decision to stay away from it are unclear. From his account, priests and citizens of Babylon, Borsippa and Nippur rebelled against the king. All 3 Uruks and Lhasa refused to contribute to rebuilding Haran's Ekulkul Temple of Sin. However, Nabonidus' departure was connected to Babylon's suffering from disease and famine at the same time. A tradition preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls, known as the Prayer of Nabonidus, claims that it was the king himself who suffered the disease. I, Nabonidus, was smitten with the evil Busha disease. For 7 years until I became a dying man, I prayed to the highest, and he forgave me. Then a holy Judean came to me from the exiles and said, "Proclaim your forgiveness, and write it down to give honor and glory to the highest." Political and economic reasons are also possible. The value of trade in aromatics and spices was enormous and rising in the 6th century BC, leading Nabonidus to conquer and control the Arabian trade routes. However, the Babylonian presence is only accounted for in this way. However, it does not explain why Babylon's king would want or need to be present, neglecting his political and religious duties. In the verse account of Nabonidus, an anti-Nabonidus text, it is stated that the Babylonian New Year festival is known as Akitu, the most important in the calendar, and could not be performed during Nabonidus's absence. Belshazzar played a role in which he could not act as regent, as king. The verse account is a propaganda text, but Nabonidus's own royal chronicles confirm that the Akitu festival had a hiatus. In the month of Nisanu, the king did not attend the New Year ceremony. The god Nabu did not visit Babylon. Baal's image did not leave Esagila in procession, and the New Year festival was omitted. Babylon welcomed Nabonidus back in 543 BC. However, by then, the power dynamics in the Middle East were shifting. Re-shifting. Cyrus II of Persia in southern Iran had overthrown its king Astyages by leading a successful rebellion against the Western Iranian Empire of Media in 559 BC. From here, the conquest of Turkey, including the Lydian Empire of King Croesus, eventually led Cyrus to a position where Cyrus's armies defeated Nabonidus and Belshazzar during the Battle of Opis in 539 BC, which allowed Cyrus to enter Babylon peacefully. Babylon peacefully. The Cyrus Cylinder, the Persian king's account of his conquest, details this. There's a good chance Cyrus's familiar elements inside the city also contributed to the lack of resistance. There has been a popular theory that the priests of Marduk at Esagila, disaffected by Nabonidus's preference for the moon goddess Sin, were responsible for Cyrus's entry into Babylon and the composition of propaganda documents, such as the Cyrus Cylinder. According to the 3rd century BC historian Berossus, we do not know what happened to Nabonidus, and Belshazzar, but Cyrus captured them. Cyrus captured Nabonidus but did not execute him. Instead, he awarded him land in Carmania, Kerman, in southeastern Iran, a remote outpost of Cyrus's vast new empire. The Persian Empire and Babylon. Old Testament prophecy was fulfilled in 539 BC with Cyrus's conquest of Babylon. The language of that prophecy suggested total destruction, but the win happened in an otherwise quiet transition between the Neo-Babylonian dynasty and the Persians. As part of the vast Achaemenid Empire, Babylon survived. The empire Cyrus and his successors built was far more extensive than any previous political unit, stretching from the eastern Mediterranean in the west to Central Asia in the east. There was no sign that Babylon was becoming a small fish in a big pond. The city remained a royal capital, though only one of 4, a major administrative center, and possibly the world's biggest market. Cyrus himself was interested in supporting an image of continuity, as seen from the text of the famous Cyrus Cylinder. Hormuzd-Rassam excavated the cylinder in Babylon in the late 19th century. It describes Cyrus restoring order to Babylonian religious and cultural life after Nabonidus's strange reign. Documents in Babylonian format and language were dedicated to the god Marduk, the city's chief deity. Although it records the city's conquest, a significant event in history in itself, its modern renown arises from a particular aspect of this conquest, the end of the Judean exile, and its intimate connection with the Bible. During the 2 centuries of Persian rule, 539 to 330 BC, Babylon continued to play a crucial role in politics, culture, and economy, now as part of a much larger empire. As the Second Temple period began in Jerusalem, it is easy to forget that the whole region was still under the rule of a foreign empire administered in part by Babylon. After Cambyses' successful campaign of 525 to 522 BC, that empire also incorporated Egypt, removing the last significant power in the region and ensuring that the small kingdoms of the Levant would only exist under Persia. Many view the Cyrus Cylinder as an ancient charter of human rights, because it supports the biblical story of the return to Jerusalem. It's not this. It's a document representing benevolent kingship. People's rights are modern and alien to the world in which the text was written. Persia's rule was not always accepted. Persian kings faced more Babylonian rebellions, one of which may have forced Xerxes to close Esagila, the great temple of Marduk, and perhaps even destroy God's cult status. Alexander. The Macedonian army defeated the Persian army decisively at the Battle of Gaugamela, 331 BC, which led to the retreat of Darius III. Alexander, who had defeated the incumbent king in battle elsewhere, entered the world's most heavily fortified city, through open doors as Cyrus did. Having outlived his usefulness, his erstwhile allies killed him for his efforts to organize further resistance. The Babylonian historical diary precisely records Alexander's defeat of Darius at Gaugamela and his entry into Babylon. Astronomical diary, but no additional information is provided. Greek sources are the principal sources for this story. According to some historians, Alexander's rule continued. The real break in the Achaemenid government occurred after Alexander died in 323 BC, and Babylon certainly fits this description. Following his predecessor's grand tradition, Alexander restored the city's temples, including the Ziggurat Etemenanki and Esagila. Alexander's Macedonian generals were reportedly increasingly dismayed by his willingness to adopt Persian customs and manners, such as accepting divine honors. Proskynesis, prostrating oneself, kneeling or bowing as an act of homage, was unacceptable to the funeral pyre of Alexander's companion Hephaestion, who had died at Ecbatana in 324 BC, modern Hamadan in western Iran, was one of Alexander's most significant projects in Babylon. Diodorus describes the destruction of an immense stretch of the city wall to create a pyre, which measured around 200 meters on each edge and was then lavishly decorated. According to Diodorus, over 240 foundation courses arranged golden quinqueremes in close order, each carrying 2 kneeling archers and 4 cubits high. High and, on the deck, armed male figures 5 cubits high with red banners made of felting occupying the intervening spaces. The torches, which stood 15 cubits tall on the second level, were adorned with golden wreaths around their handles. Their wings spread on their flaming ends, perched eagles, looking downward while they slithered serpents, watching the eagles around their bases. Wild animals were carved on the third level. Being purse hunters carved a centauromachy in gold on the fourth level, L, and lions and bulls alternated on the fifth level. Macedonian and Persian arms covered the next higher level, demonstrating the prowess of one person and the defeat of the other. Above all stood sirens, hollowed out and able to conceal lamenters singing a lament in mourning for the dead. Despite dark portents and warnings from Chaldean sages, the precise details of the classical accounts of his death in Babylon remain disputed. Again, according to Diodorus, whose source is the Alexander historian Cleitarchus, Alexander showed such zeal about the funeral that it surpassed all those celebrated on earth, and left no possibility of a more excellent funeral in the future. Alexander, a self-styled Achilles, who lost his Patroclus in Hephaestion, would undoubtedly behave in this manner. Sadly, in June 323 BC, Alexander himself died from a fever. After 2 weeks, the latter seems unlikely, but there have been suggestions. Estians for malaria, typhoid, and poisoning. At Babylon, few of Alexander's own building projects were completed. Despite Alexander's efforts, the ziggurat was not restored. Strato records that clearing the rubble of the ziggurat required 2,000 men for 2 months, and he notes that Alexander's successors did not continue the work. Under Alexander, this situation appeared to be the beginning of a nascent process. Of orientalizing a Hellenistic empire turned out to be the opening of conduits allowed Hellenistic art and culture to spread into large parts of Western and Central Asia. This process had begun under the Achaemenid kings and intensified the flow of art and ideas between East and West. Intensified. From then on, Hellenistic culture can be felt strongly in Mesopotamia, and even further east. Babylon is no longer visible. Babylon's destruction came gradually, and economic and political shifts, rather than military force, gradually led to Babylon's destruction, despite the enduring power of the image of a cataclysmic event. A new capital was founded at Seleucia on the Tigris in the 4th century BC, after Seleucus Nicator gained the Western Asian provinces from Alexander's former generals in the battle for succession. This greatly expanded a pre-existing settlement on the Tigris. Babylon's decline was unavoidable after the new city became a major center for trade, though it continued to serve as a center of cultic and scholarly activity. The cuneiform script was used in Babylon's temples by the 1st century AD, so the old documents could still be read. There is no clear picture of Babylon's decline in economic importance or depopulation over the centuries. After the Parthian sack of 127 BC, the city never recovered, and is more of a ruin than anything resembling its former glory. However, the journey from the world's capital to complete abandonment was extremely long, probably over 1,500 years. In the 10th century AD, Ibn Hawqal mentions a small Vai, a village called Babel. Even this seems to have disappeared by Rabbi Benjamin O'Tudella's visit in the 12th century. This period marked a time when several villages still surrounded the site, but the main settlement began to grow significantly from that period onwards. The local settlement grew from the 12th century onwards to become the present town of Al-Hilla. In a sense, the fading from view is more complete than violent destruction. As with its beginning, Babylon's last days were unspectacular and went unnoticed by posterity. Ghosts of Babylon. Summary. The above is intended to provide some historical context for what follows, outline Babylon's place in the history of the ancient Middle East, and give an approximate historical and archaeological view from which to proceed in looking at other renditions of the old city. However, before moving on to later traditions, the body of myth, legend, and lore developed around Babylon in ancient Mesopotamian culture might be worth considering. Rather than the old city, this book explores its reception, representation, and afterlife. At the dawn of time, Babylon was the center of the universe and the place of creation. Mesopotamian views of the 2nd and 1st millennia BC are only slightly overstated. As described in Enuma Elish, the epic poem depicting the world's design, in a form that was adapted to fit the political realities of Babylon's resurgence under Nebuchadnezzar I. Marduk is the hero god who can bring order out of Marduk, can create the world and its center. Babylon, by defeating the monstrous army of Tiamat, the primordial sea. Marduk's rise in the pantheon, replacing previous supremacy gods such as Enlil, coincided with Nebuchadnezzar I's recovery of the god's statue from Susa, after being taken as war booty after the Kassite dynasty collapsed. The event became a legend, and Nebuchadnezzar became an icon of Babylonian culture. Babylon played a role in other mythologies as a city of sufficient importance. The rise and fall of the kings of Akkad at the end of the 3rd millennium BC are one of the most mythologized areas of Mesopotamian history. Sargon of Akkad ruled over all of Mesopotamia. He claimed to have campaigned from the Upper Sea, the Mediterranean, to the Lower Sea, the Persian Gulf. It is little wonder then that as the founder of Mesopotamia's, even the world's, first empire, Sargon's fame grew. Heaven in the world's first empire. Sargon's fame grew. He eventually acquired the status of a legendary hero king with qualities comparable to those of Gilg's fame was. His biggest obstacle was the weather. His grandson, Naram-Sin, however, would be remembered in infamy. Throughout his reign, Naram-Sin appears to have been a highly successful king, a military leader in the tradition of his illustrious predecessor. He is also the first ancient Mesopotamian king to appear with the horned cap of a deity on a victory stealer. His name became associated with the decline of Akkadian power only after his reign. Nevertheless, he became the king who caused and presided over the city's destruction in legend. The texts describe Akkad's abandonment by the gods due to Naram-Sin's impious rebuilding of the temple of Enlil at Nippur, which he carried out despite not receiving the necessarily favorable omens. A further legend of impiety concerns Sargon and the very foundation of Akkad. According to the Widener Chronicle, Sargon named Babylon the city for which he took soil from Babylon against the will of Marduk, another transgression. As Naram-Sin committed further offenses, the text says he destroyed the people of Babylon. Marduk's wrath came from Gutian invaders from Iran, causing chaos and collapse, ultimately giving the king of Ur sovereignty over the whole world. Building Akkad was a hubristic attempt. Akkad's history represents another chapter in the story of a hubristic attempt to find a new Babylon, or create a mirror image of Babylon.y, of divine favor and destiny, that is actually Babylonian. This is very different from our understanding of events at the time. Babylon's rise to prominence. Her and Iraq cities did not occur until centuries after the fall of Akkad. The only evidence that Babylon existed during Sargon's time is the minimal evidence mentioned at the beginning of this chapter. Nevertheless, the perception that Babylon was a city of extreme antiquity seems widespread. With the Epic of Creation only one example of interest in the city's origins and ancient past. With an eye to the future, Mesopotamian kings recorded their achievements in various ways, including burying foundation inscriptions while building new structures and restoring temples, city walls, and palaces. Throughout Mesopotamian history, it was common to subsequent kings considered the discovery of such foundation documents during their restoration work auspicious. Nebuchadnezzar II's use of archaic script in his building inscriptions shows an acute awareness of the city's antiquity in the later periods of Babylon. For Hammurabi's script to be rendered accurately on Neb to accurately render Hammurabi's script on Nebuchadnezzar's monuments, comprehensive epigraphic scholarship was necessary to bridge millennia of change, and evidence exists of scribes studying earlier scripts. Babylonian scribes collected and studied ancient documents bearing earlier writings to reconstruct lost sound values to a certain extent. Aside from its technical aspect, the practice reveals a reverence for Hammurabi, knowledge of Babylon's incredible history, and the accomplishments of earlier rulers. Interestingly, his name was derived from another predecessor, Nebuchadnezzar, who had recovered the statue of Marduk for Babylon some 500 years earlier, and whose mighty reign had also become part of the city's mythology. Exilic stories are in 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles, and, as prophecy, Jeremiah. Like the Exodus, whose Old Testament form seems heavily influenced by the Babylonian captivity, this is the story of forced migration, on which later Jewish and Christian traditions focused as a touchstone of all righteous struggles against oppression. The siege of Jerusalem and captivity are the subjects. The final chapters in 2 Kings and 2 Chronicles cover the siege of Jerusalem and the captivity, although they conclude at different points. In the year of King Evil-Merodach Amel-Marduk's accession, King Evil-Merodach Amel-Marduk of Babylon released King Jehoiakim of Judah from his exile. The king freed him from prison, treated him well, and gave him a place at the table above the kings with him in Babylon. For the remainder of his life, Jehoiakim lived as a pensioner of the king, discarding his prison clothes. Although it covers only a brief period of the captivity, 2 Chronicles extends to Cyrus's rule and the Judeans' release. A particularly striking link between the Bible and archaeology is found in its final 2 passages. Repeated at the beginning of Ezra, 1 and 2 Chronicles, Ezra and Nehemiah, originally a single book. Since the text closely parallels that of the Cyrus cylinder, one of the most important primary sources on the transition between the Babylonian and Achaemenid empires. The propaganda that Cyrus of Persia used to conquer Babylon in 539 BC followed the format and language of Nebuchadnezzar II. The Cyrus cylinder is remarkable in that it is a traditional Babylonian document in some respects. Cylinders are rooted in tradition to the extent that they use language and script and even pay homage to the Babylonian god Marduk. In fact, it refers to the discovery during Persianlding works of an inscription from Ashurbanipal, an ancient king. Of course, Cyrus also succeeded in demonizing his predecessor Nabonidus, while linking himself with the long tradition of Babylonian kingship. The legend of Nabonidus, ignorant, irresponsible, and possibly insane, has gone on to have an exciting life of his own in culture, as we will see in the coming chapters. Biblical tradition preserved Cyrus's and Nabonidus's descriptions of their behavior. A later perspective indicates that Cyrus's conquest account followed a consistent pattern of Babylonian conquerors, emphasizing the city's peaceful entry, reverence for its gods, and civic responsibility. In particular, accounts of Alexander's behavior mirror the dynasty's founder. They are all mythologized representations of Babylon, legends that persisted even within the living city itself. In Babylon, myths, fantasies, and legends were so powerful that they ultimately obscured the ancient town. We now turn to the city's biblical and ancient Greek accounts to understand the town's transformation. This begins a long tradition. The Bible and classical sources relating to tyrants and wonders. Cuneiform was nearly extinct by the 1st century AD. Babylon is one of the last centers of manuscript preservation. Manuscript preservation was preserved in venerable temple institutions such as Esagila, but isolated pockets of cuneiform scholarship were destined to disappear. Currently, the earliest cuneiform texts date from the 1st century AD. Babylon's survival depends significantly on the demise of cuneiform, particularly the ability to read cuneiform documents. The history, literature, mythology, and scholarship of ancient Mesopotamia were lost for 2,000 years. And not until the mid-19th century would they once again be accessible. Therefore, it is paramount to our story that we understand the content and character of non-cuneiform ancient Babylonian sources that became available after the extinction of cuneiform. Able, biblical texts, and classical Greek accounts. While both groups share language, subject matter, and focal characteristics that set them apart broadly, they also differ in many other respects. They include mythology and folklore, ethnographic observations, geographical descriptions, and historical accounts with moral commentary, among other things. All European tradition in ancient Babylon ultimately derives from biblical and classical sources. The biblical and classical sources. A distance from ancient Mesopotamian sources repeatedly raises questions of factual accuracy and perspective. Although it is essential to address the problem of accuracy and the limitations of the ancient sources' knowledge of Babylonia, while limited in truthfulness, these perspectives also illuminate much about Babylon's role in the wider world. Glimpses become enigmas with an enigma like the Hanging Gardens. Despite the difficulty separating the real from the legendary in these accounts, we have access to material as valuable as any native source. contemporary chroniclers of Babylon as seen from without, based on biblical sources. Many of the references to Babylon in the Bible refer to references to Babylon in the Bible primarily describe the town during the rule of Neo-Babylonian kings and their Persian successors in the 6th century BC, with the Book of Apocrypha being the only exception. A corpus composed over a millennium at different times in several languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, and in other political, social, and cultural settings. The biblical narratives concerning Babylon focus on a brief period in the city's history, which is remarkable. There is voluminous scholarship on many of these passes. GES, far beyond the scope of this book. Here is a brief overview of Babylon's most influential themes in the following. Genesis. Initially, this claim of historical focus may seem far-fetched. However, it can be explained by the timeless mythic character of the most famous biblical stories involving Babylon, the Tower of Babel. With one language and everyday speech, the world was. The people united and settled on a plain in Shinar as they moved eastward. "We shall make bricks and bake them thoroughly together," they said. Brick replaced stone, and tar replaced mortar. So they built a tower that reached the heavens to make a name for themselves and not scatter over the entire earth. Let's confuse their language so they don't understand each other. If they have begun to speak the same language as one people, nothing they plan to accomplish will be impossible. The Lord, however, came down to look at the city and the tower. As a result, the Lord scattered them throughout the earth, and they stopped building the city. The Lord confused all the languages there, so Babel was named so. God then dispersed them across the whole earth. The state story involves a play on words. Babel is pronounced as Baal in Hebrew, which means to confuse. Ed as a ball in Hebrew, to confuse. The narrative tells the story of a city whose great size and pride led to hubris, decay, fragmentation, and confusion. The city's greatness and pride led to hubris, decay, fragmentation, and confusion. But it has also resonated with writers and artists throughout history. In a mythical past that has no connection with the historical reality of 6th century BC Babylon. What is its origin? The tower's Mesopotamian origin can be demonstrated quickly since it contains several references to materials characteristic of a Mesopotamian ziggurat, such as baked brick and bitumen. The specific mention of Enki in Babylon, of which more below, is an entirely different matter. But the idea of a Babylonian city dominating a ziggurat is evident. Not only does the building described show signs of Mesopotamian influence. In Mesopotamian literature, one of the biblical passages most clearly parallels the Tower of Babel narrative. Genealogies that follow the flood, with lifespans that are considerably shorter than those that precede it. This parallels the early Sumerian king list, in which a similar reduction toward a more mortal lifespan occurs. The Tower of Babel story only makes sense as a foreign, Judean interpretation of the monuments. But one aspect resembles an ancient Mesopotamian explanation of death. Humans have been created to serve the gods, but in G numbers are noisy, says the myth known as Atrahasis. Enlil, angered, sends a flood, but the population rises too quickly. To regulate numbers, Enlil must invent death. Similar hints in the tower suggest that human affairs may be governed by the comfort of the gods, rather than by a system of moral punishment and reward. For these and other reasons, it has been suggested that the story originates from Mesopotamia, with an omen serving as the sole possible reference. If a city rose like a mountain peak to the interior of heaven, it would be turned to rubble. Although this correspondence is probably coincidental, it should be noted that the tower's physical destruction, instead of simply the cessation of construction due to the confusion of tongues, does not feature in Genesis at all. It appears, instead, in the Jewish antiquities of Josephus, whose moral interpretation of the story in the 1st century AD played a significant role in later performances. He also makes Nimrod the architect of the tower, owing the implications of Genesis 10, and introduces a prophecy from the Sibyl paralleling Genesis. Perhaps more significant are the Babylonian traditions of Babylon as the first city, as in the creation epic Enuma Elish, and the descriptions of raising the top of Enki to vie with the heavens in Neo-Babylonian texts. However, a different passage provides the most unambiguous indication of the influence of Babylonian literature on Genesis. The account of the flood, whose Babylonian equivalent was discovered by George Smith in 1872 to public astonishment. This story of Gilgamesh is a part of the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, and is so closely related to Genesis that one could not deny that they are related. Genesis 11 does not mention Nimrod, but Genesis 10, originally a separate text, describes him as the son of Cush and Ham, and as a mighty hunter before the Lord. Mesopotamian literature has been linked to him. Whatever the origin of his name, Genesis 10 describes him as the founder of Mesopotamian civilization. First, he founded cities in Babylonia, such as Babylon and Akkad, and then established cities in Assyria, including Nineveh, Phile. Many conflicting views exist regarding the date of the Yahwist source. Consequently, the Tower of Babel is dated to much else in Genesis. According to tradition, the material dates to the 10th–9th century BC, making it the oldest in the Bible. Recently, some or even all of the Yahwist sources scholars have argued that the Yahwist sources date to the 6th century BC. But there is no scholarly consensus on this vast and multifaceted question. Edited question. Still, from the narrower perspective of Near Eastern political history and Mesopotamian influence, there may be reasons to consider the 6th century BC as a critical period, during which many legends derived from or influenced by the Babylonian world entered the Judean religion ultimately. The Old Testament. During the 6th century BC, Babylon and Judah experienced a period of intense interaction, which significantly influenced the Bible. This period is known as the Jewish exile, the Babylonian captivity, and the Judean exile. In summary, Nebuchadnezzar I had to deal with rebellions and dissent in the provinces, even after securing his empire's borders against Egypt, his main Western rival. Inches even after securing the borders of his empire against his main Western rival, Egypt. Judah was one of the rebellious vassals. During Nebuchadnezzar's siege and recapture of Jerusalem in 597 and 587 BC, he sacked and looted the city and its temple. The town was flooded with water. Jerusalem's royal family, including the king and court, was exiled to Babylonia, where most stayed and became part of Babylonian society. Although the biblical perspective on these events is proof, although it is obviously different from the Babylonian perspective, the factual details of the case align with those documented in Babylonian sources. In many ways, exile represents a traumatic separation from one's homeland, as expressed in Psalm 137. By the rivers of Babylon we wept. Wept is best known for expressing this profound spiritual loss. As we remembered Zion, we sat down and wept by the rivers of Babylon. The willow trees are where we hung our lyres. We sang them, and we sang the song because our captors asked us to do so. GN land? If I forget you, Jerusalem, I wish my right hand to wither away. If I do not remember you, let my tongue cling to the roof of my mouth. The roof of my mouth. My chief joy will not be Jerusalem if I don't set it above all else. Lord, recall the day when Jerusalem fell against the Edomites. Down with it, down with it, down to its very foundations. They cried. Those who repay you for what you did to us will be happy, Babylon, the destroyer. There is no mention of bitter feelings in the matter-of-fact Babylonian sources. Or indeed, one may question the universality of such a strong bitterness among the Judeans themselves. Mogens Trolle Larsen, an Assyrian archaeologist and historian of Mesopotamian archaeology, argues a provocative argument for the biblical perspective. Those sent from the provincial outpost of Jerusalem to Babylon were somewhat like those sent from Poznan into exile in Paris. Surprisingly, many of them returned after 60 years, although a few did. Those who returned were full of the rage of injured pride, a feeling they conveyed in their dreams and prophecies. These narratives have their place in history. One perspective advocates for the retention of a distinct identity during the exile, ring the exile, the other toward assimilation into Babylonian culture. Exile is structured around opposition to Babylon, but much of the Old Testament content is influenced by Babylonian culture. To fulfill the Lord's word spoken through Jeremiah, King Cyrus of Persia issued the following proclamation throughout his kingdom, which the king also wrote down. Cyrus of Persia decreed, "The Lord God of heaven has blessed me with all the kingdoms on earth and has charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem. May the Lord, his God, be with every one among you who belongs to his people, and may he go up." In Ezra, the proclamation is complete. May the God of the people of whoever belongs to their people be with them, and let them build the house of the Lord, the God of Israel, in Jerusalem. In addition to the voluntary offerings for the house of God in Jerusalem, let every Jew left among us, wherever he may be settled, be assisted by his neighbors with silver and gold, goods, and livestock. The Apocrypha includes a variant of the exact text in 1st Esdras. The Old Testament's central theme is the Second Temple. It is widely agreed that the biblical passage refers to the Cyrus Cylinder, one of many written versions of a declaration made by Cyrus, which contains the same proclamation and provisions for gods and people to return to their homes. The cylinder's Babylonian context reflects that the examples are Mesopotamian and Elamite, excluding Jerusalem. However, it is clear enough that Ezra does not provide the exact words of Cyrus, who was not a convert to Judaism himself. However, biblical accounts and later histories have portrayed him sympathetically due to his role as a liberator. Jeremiah's and Isaiah's condemnations of Babylon and its kings are the fiercest. The king of Babylon is explicitly linked to Lucifer in one passage of Isaiah. Lucifer is the Latin Vulgate translation of Hillel ben Shahar, meaning son of dawn, son of the morning, day star or shining one in English. A song mocking the fallen king of Babylon makes the following reference. O morning star, son of the dawn, how have you fallen from heaven? You who once humbled nations now find yourself on the ground. Deep in your heart you declared, the heavens will rise for me. Above the stars of God I will raise my throne. On the utmost heights of the sacred mount, I will enthrone myself with the support of the assembly. I will be like the highest. I will ascend above the clouds. However, you are brought down to the depths of hell, to the realm of the dead. You are pondered by those who see you. Did this man shake the earth and make kingdoms tremble? This man turned the world into a wilderness and overthrew its cities. Didn't he want his captives to return home? Daniel. From the biblical sources alone, how many Neo-Babylonian kings survived into the Old Testament is not always obvious. Other biblical accounts do not specify who the last king of Babylon was, and the Isaiah account does not identify the morning star. Daniel highlights the problem of royal names and chronology even more. Still, in many ways, the Isaiah account is the definitive biblical version of Babylon, a detailed illustration of the Babylonian court that has inspired and informed most other representations of Babylon since. Although the Aramaic text dates several centuries after Nebuchadnezzar's time, it represents the Neo-Babylonian and Achaemenid worlds. This prediction of future events, written as prophecy in the text, gives us an easy way to determine the earliest date of composition. as with much apocalyptic literature. This approach was used during the reign of Antiochus, the fourth Epiphanes, 175 to 164 BC. Belshazzar and Darius the Mede, whose identification has proven difficult, succeeded Nebuchadnezzar II during the Babylonian rule cycle. A break between the narrative and visions coincides with a markedly more negative attitude toward the Babylonians. The narrative follows Daniel's career as a prophet and dream interpreter at the court of successive Babylonian kings. Daniel in the Bible is likely to be a composite figure, since such a career for a Judean in Babylon is plausible. It is Collins's contention that the tradition of this prophet dates back to before the Babylonian captivity. Daniel may have more in common with Enoch than with Ezra or Baruch. Outside of the actual Book of Daniel, there is no mention of a prophet with this name in the Bible. However, we find two references to Daniel in Ezekiel, a true prophet of the exile. Ezekiel 14:14. When a land sins against God, they could not save their lives, even if Noah, Daniel, and Job were there. Ezekiel 28:3 taunts the king of Tyre. Are you wiser than Daniel? Daniel. Daniel. These references suggest Daniel was the name of a legendary wise and righteous man. It seems less likely than Collins' explanation that Ezekiel refers to a prophet of his day, likening Daniel to those from legend. Despite the more distant origins of the Daniel tradition, the biblical text clearly refers to the Persian and Neo-Babylonian courts of the 6th century BC. Daniel interprets a series of dreams and omens in the early part of the Book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar is the main king Daniel serves, but Belshazzar and Darius the Mede also figure out the narrative. Due to the later date of the source, it does not contain information on the other Neo-Babylonian kings, including Nabonidus, the last of the dynasty. During his father's absence in Arabia, Belshazzar, the son of Nabonidus, acted as regent at Babylon. His long absence and the Book of Daniel's reference to him as a king show that he was more than a mere regent. Daniel elevates the regency to a kingly reign, erasing Nabonidus despite his return from Arabia before the Persian conquest. Cyrus's final success, which involved the systematic erasure of Nabonidus's name and memory, mirrors Nabonidus's complete obscurity. Daniel's fiery furnace story plays a vital role in later tradition. As punishment for refusing to worship, the golden idol erected by Nebuchadnezzar, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is thrown in the fire. All three are unharmed once inside the furnace. In Nebuchadnezzar's eyes, the fourth man appears like a god as he walks through the fire. The story is an excellent example of the ambiguity of Nebuchadnezzar's role in Daniel. If he does not convert the Jews, he issues the following remarkable decree. Anyone who speaks blasphemy against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is to be hacked limb from limb, and his house is to be reduced to rubble, for there is no God who can save in such a manner. In addition to oppressing the Jews, he acts as a sponsor to Daniel and other Jews, and is willing to accept Daniel's advice and interpretations of dreams. Daniel is perhaps best known for the story of Nebuchadnezzar's 7 years in the wilderness. A cuneiform text related to Nabonidus is believed to have inspired this story. Nabonidus's supposed sinful behavior before the fall of Babylon was detailed in the Cyrus cylinder and verse account of Nabonidus. In addition to neglecting the capital and its cults, Nabonidus's attempt to elevate the role of the moon god Sin, Ardaguppi's temple to the same god at Haran, at the expense of the Babylonian Marduk priesthood, provided ample scope for Persian anti-Nabonidus propaganda. In this Dead Sea Scroll text, known as the Prayer of Nabonidus, Nabonidus lived apart from men for 7 years while suffering from what may have been a disfiguring disease. These events added to what was already more of a legend than a biography. In Daniel, the disease is transformed again. It becomes 7 years of madness, not as punishment for Nabonidus's heresy, but for Nebuchadnezzar's pride. while the city's downfall is associated with Belshazzar. The aged Darius the Mede ruled the Babylon of Belshazzar, unlike the Persian Cyrus, who ruled the Babylon of Nabonidus. Nabonidus is not the only historical figure whose stories we attribute to Nebuchadnezzar. Hebrew, Aramaic, and later Arabic writers associated Nebuchadnezzar with other figures, including two more recent invaders of Jerusalem, the Roman emperors Vespasian and Titus. Observing the Roman emperor's attribution of Nebuchadnezzar's identity, Al-Biruni, 973 to 1048 AD, said, "It seems the people of Jerusalem call everyone who destroys their town Nebuchadnezzar." The book of Daniel does show confusion regarding the identity of his successors, but it may be a deliberate conflation of Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar in this case. The conflation must have been intentional if the authors had drawn directly from Babylonian sources. At least one person in the chain must have heard or read Nabonidus, but then written or said Nebuchadnezzar, unless the story eventually replaced Nabonidus with King of Babylon. The substitution of one historical name for another is clearly distinct from a gradual corruption of a single word, as in the case of our Nebuchadnezzar, or the Hebrew variant, Nebuchadrezzar, from the Babylonian Nabuchodonosor. Most likely, any story about the king of Babylon would eventually be associated with the famous name Nebuchadnezzar. In addition to the absence of Nabonidus from the biblical account, there is confusion over the identity and location of his son, Belshazzar. In his study of Nabonidus and Belshazzar, Dougherty summarizes 13 ancient non-cuneiform reports of succession, with significant differences in the order of rulers. But Belshazzar's most famous role is found in the book of Daniel, where, as king of Babylon, he serves his nobles gold and silver taken from the temple in Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. A mysterious warning on the wall foreshadows God's punishment amid this moment of supreme blasphemy. It reads, "You praised the gods of silver and gold, bronze, iron, wood, and stone, which could not see, hear, or understand. The God who holds them did not honor your life or way. Therefore he entrusted his hand to write the inscription." This is what was written on the inscription. This is what these words mean: Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin. Mene, God has numbered the days of your reign and ended it. We weighed you and found you lacking. The Medes and Persians have divided your kingdom, Perez said. Belshazzar honors Daniel for relaying this warning, making him the empire's third highest officer, but to no avail. Soon after, the Persians sacked Babylon. Daniel's latter part contains apocalyptic visions. It is significant in later interpretations that the only Old Testament apocalyptic text is set in Babylon. But a description of the city's destruction is not included in the Daniel apocalypse. Visions are too abstract to refer to a specific place, even though they describe particular events and geographical developments in the vaguer terms of prophecy. Daniel's vision of the time of the end begins with a war between the northern and southern kingdoms. Hellenistic monarchies ruled these nations. In Daniel 11, the generals divide Alexander's empire among themselves. There will be 3 more kings in Persia, I tell you, and then a 4th, who will be richer than all the other kings. As soon as he gains power through his wealth, he will stir up all of Greece against him. Then a mighty king will rise, a powerful ruler, who will do whatever he pleases. Once he appears, his empire will be broken up and divided among the 4 winds of heaven. His descendants will not inherit his kingdom, nor will it retain the power he wielded. Many accounts in the Old Testament describe the Babylonian captivity. Apart from Nebuchadnezzar's siege of Jerusalem, Cyrus's return to Jerusalem, and the deportation to Babylon, many Old Testament books were written and set in Babylonia. In addition to this association, Old Testament narratives like Nahum and Song of Songs frequently reference the Mesopotamian literary traditions. Later, readers are less aware of the interweaving of literary traditions than the captivity's history. Even if it was not strictly apocalyptic, sinful Babylon's fate took on a far more dramatic character than that suggested by the Cyrus cylinder in this history. Jeremiah provides the most vivid description. She has committed fornication with the kings of this earth, and the people of this world have drunk the wine of her fornication. "Come," said one of the 7 angels who held the 7 bowls. "I will give you the verdict of the great whore who enthrones over many glasses of water." He led me into the wilderness, and I saw a scarlet beast with 7 heads and 10 horns mounted on a woman. The woman was adorned with gold, precious stones, purple pearls, and scarlet. A gold cup held in her hand contained obscenities and the foulness of her fornication. Her forehead bore a secretly written name: Babylon, the Great, the mother of whores, and the source of all known profanities. I saw the woman was drunk with the blood of God's people and of Jesus' witnesses. Revelation's apocalyptic imagery has undoubtedly informed many later representations of Babylon, as both the woman and the beast represent Babylon. Revelation later used imagery, language, and moral message to describe and illustrate Babylon. There are no original symbols, nor is this a message that originated here. Take, for example, this passage from Jeremiah. God has held the golden cup of Babylon in his hand. All the earth to be drunk. She has made the nation insane by drinking her wine. The anthropomorphic Babylon of Revelation represents a significant change from the sinful Babylon of Isaiah. Once created, her identity permeates all the others. Revelation's violent, hallucinatory, apocalyptic visions become permanently intertwined with the conquest of Babylon and the Persian conquest of 539 BC. In the providential narrative of Christian history, Babylon transforms from an actual, physical location in Mesopotamia into a spiritual one. Babylon here represented Rome and all of humanity's worldliness and wickedness, the place of crisis at which the epic battle of the apocalypse would be fought, from whose destruction the New Jerusalem would rise again. Sources from the classics. In ancient Greece, Herodotus and Ctesias of Cnidus provided Babylon's most comprehensive and detailed accounts via Diodorus Siculus. In addition to the almost entirely lost description of Berossus, these accounts have influenced sources on Babylon. Herodotus's version is the oldest and best known of the 3. And with his statement, we must begin to study the impact of classical sources on Babylon. Herodotus's description of Babylon differs from the biblical accounts in that it describes precisely what it is. The study examines the city's layout, architecture, population, and customs, and has no biblical equivalent. Except for the Tower of Babel, almost no description of the city's physical features appears in the Old Testament. Herodotus, however, gives a topographical survey describing its more remarkable buildings. Greek audiences first encountered Babylon's walls, later cited as one of the world's 7 wonders. Herodotus described the city as follows. The castle is surrounded by a wide, deep moat filled with water, and within it is a wall 50 royal cubits wide and 200 high. The royal cubit is a bit longer than the ordinary cubit. Finally, I must explain how to build the wall and use the dug-up soil to make the moat. When the digging was completed, the shoveled earth was formed into bricks, which were then baked in ovens once a sufficient number was produced. Then, using hot bitumen for mortar, the workers began revetting each side of the moat with bricks and then began constructing the actual wall. The workers laid rush mats between each of the 30 brick courses. They set up a row of one-roomed buildings along each edge of the wall, facing inwards, with enough space to accommodate a 4-horse chariot. The division has 100 gates, all of bronze, with uprights and lintels made of bronze. This single passage has led to much speculation about Herodotus and the veracity of his account. Plenty of details are provided, from the impossible height and 100 gates to the accurate description of the baked bricks and the use of bitumen. Babylon's thickest inner-city walls were enormous, validating Herodotus' claims. But whether chariots actually ran along with them, or even in a protected roadway between the two central banks, remains to be seen. Errors or ignorance alone cannot explain many inaccuracies and inconsistencies in ancient Babylonian descriptions. Herodotus established a new genre and outlined specific historical circumstances. His authority claims were based on personal observation and research, and he was concerned for the listener's or reader's entertainment and pleasure. Antiquity recognized narrative and entertainment, but it did not always value them. The purpose of Herodotus was not to enhance Aristotle's portrayal of him as a myth. Assyriologist A.H. Sayce used Assyriology to interrogate ancient Greek sources in an early yet highly influential study of Herodotus' claims about Babylon. By working methodically through Herodotus' account, Sayce's 1883 study effectively undermined the credibility of Herodotus' description and the belief that he ever visited Babylon. Sayce was not supportive of Herodotus as a historian, but he did have a clear idea of what Herodotus could offer a modern student, even if not an accurate historical description. The result of Oriental research on Herodotus is that the majority of what he claims to be able to tell us about the history of Egypt, Babylonia, and Persia is in fact a collection of marchen, or popular stories that circulated among Greek loungers and half-caste dragomen on the fringes of the Persian Empire. These old tales add as much charm to Herodot's pages as they do to the accounts of medieval travelers like Mandeville or Marco Polo, and it may be questioned whether they are less important for the history of the human mind than the most accurate descriptions of kings and generals, war treaties and revolutions. They are the only documents we have that describe the Mediterranean legend of the 5th century BCE. So they are invaluable to folklore students. Folklore and legends from the ancient past are indeed a precious resource. Even if Herodotus' account turns out to be false, it remains worth reading. Certainly it would still be included here, since stories and ideas can be significant from a representational perspective long after being discredited as historical sources, or even before having ever claimed that status in the first place. There may not be a better example of this than Babylon, but it is not an isolated case. The closest parallel is Venice, whose influence on the modern European imagination has little to do with historical details, except, perhaps, the life of Casanova. In 1992, Tanner published a study of the city's cultural identity entitled Venice Desired. Venice emerged as a significant and central figure in the European imagination. Recognized as the wealthiest, most prosperous, and most magnificent republic in history. Now declining and fallen, it is inextricably associated with desire, unlike any other city. From Byron to Sartre, the passion for Venice is a vital force and feature in European literature. Many European depictions of Babylon share similarities with this alluring Venice of the imagination. We can learn about ourselves through imaginary cities, our modes of thought, and how we organize and structure the world around us. However, even when we consider historiography and representation, the historical accuracy of ancient sources does matter. In Herodotus, we must distinguish between observation, hearsay, and imagination. To understand what he wanted to communicate about Babylon, and to differentiate what he describes from what we would be prepared to call history. Regardless of how imperfect our understanding of the latter may be, it remains crucial. While the main focus of this book is not assessing the veracity of Herodotus's assertions, it is disentangling the historiography that led to more recent representations. Contemporary scholarship currently undermines much of Sayce's original argument. A portion of the credibility lost by Herodotus's description of Babylon has been reclaimed. A surprising omission by Herodotus is that he did not mention the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. According to Sayce, but in light of separate references to the parks in Berossus via Josephus, Ctesias via Diodorus Siculus, and Strabo. It is generally believed that Herodotus did not visit Babylon himself, or specifically did not visit the royal palace. Herodotus either did not see Babylon, and there were no such gardens to describe, or he had no knowledge of or access to royal gardens. We might anticipate their use being... This is not the first scholarly work to suggest that the gardens are located in a different place. It has been suggested that Herodotus did not mention the gardens because they didn't exist, and that other authors described them as belonging to Sennacherib in Nineveh. E.A. Wallace, Budge, suggested Ecbatana as another possible site based on Hyginus's palace account and Pliny's attribution of the gardens to Cyrus. He said the Hanging Gardens descriptions may have come from the Cyrus garden, but they're too contradictory to be the same. There is still a debate about where the gardens should be located. Julian Reed has suggested that the western outwork between Babylon's southern palace and the Euphrates, traditionally interpreted as a treasury or fort because of its unusually thick walls, could also be the foundation for terraces. Its location would be consistent with ancient accounts. In addition, Reed asserts that Nineveh is not positively identified as the site in any textual source, and that, in fact, whatever the intricacies of textual transmission, the classical writers who describe the Hanging Gardens or have been quoted as doing so are unanimous that what they are attempting to describe are the gardens at Babylon. Mark van der Meerope has extensively researched the possibility that Babylon and Nineveh were conflated in the relevant Greek sources, arguing that Mesopotamian literature treated the fortunes and histories of the two cities as closely related and inversely proportional. That deliberate comparison could have contributed to their conflation. It is undisputed that such conflation exists to some extent. Accounts in which the Tigris runs through Babylon and the Euphrates through Nineveh are not uncommon, nor is the tendency to refer to Mesopotamia as Assyria, and to treat the Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian periods as a single continuous empire, in which they may have had a point. Subsequent sources suggest that people occasionally referred to Nineveh as Bab. However, this argument has some problems. The engineering works of Sennacherib, which were designed to water his spectacular gardens at Nineveh, support the idea that Nineveh is a candidate for the location of the Hanging Gardens. Indeed, much more evidence survives for Nineveh than for Babylon. However, Herodotus may not have seen any gardens for another reason. If there were hanging gardens at Babylon in the Persian period, Daly notes, they would have been gone by Herodotus's time, since the course of the Euphrates through the city changed, making such a garden impossible. Moreover, he would not have been able to see the gardens of Nineveh, whose palaces and imperial architecture had long since disappeared. There is still considerable debate regarding how much confusion exists between Babylon and Nineveh in the Greek sources related to this case. However, in addition to highlighting this issue, Daly's analysis of the sources regarding the Assyrian royal gardens at Nineveh revealed numerous problems with Sayce's original argument that Herodotus did not visit Babylon. According to Herodotus, there was a royal road from Sardis to Susa. Herodotus, or a contemporary informant, could have witnessed both this and the New Year Akitu festival, because Xerxes did not wholly destroy the temple and statue of Marduk in Babylon. Late inscriptions contradict Sayce's assertion that Nineveh was deserted entirely during Herodotus's time. So his informants for that city couldn't have been local, and Herodotus's claim that the Babylonians called Aphrodite Mylitta may be true. The monuments Herodotus described covered much more than just physical structures. His ethnographic account describes the customs and beliefs that the writer observes from a detached vantage point. While the customs he describes are often outlandish and not literal, there are links suggesting origins either in reality or in Mesopotamian myth and folklore. It is far less clear why Herodotus recorded them. Given the ambiguity in his assessment, it is sometimes difficult to tell whether he approves of the traditions honestly or satirizes them. Several critics interpret Herodotus's ethnographic writings either positively or negatively. Herodotus notes, points, that distinguish this person from others, especially those that a Greek finds strange, repellent, and interesting. The oddity is a principle of ethnocentricity. Louse bites woman is news. So Herodotus seems less a precursor of Malinowski and Boas, but of strange, as it seems, and believe it or not. He describes the most ingenious of Babylonian customs as the marriage market, a system in which the bride prices, paid for the prettiest wives, are used as dowries for the plainest, thus ensuring everyone can get married and redistributing wealth. Because a rich man would pay a high bride price, while a poor Ariete sees Herodotus's approval here as sarcastic, noting that this admirable practice has fallen out of favor, and another scheme has emerged recently, namely the prostitution of all girls of the lower classes, to alleviate the hardship and general ruin that followed upon the conquest. A contented community results from the arrangement. Even so, there are several humorous elements in the description. The over-poetical phrase, "grew ripe for marriage," the unquestionable ranking of the girl's beauty by the auctioneer. Can there really be a debate about who is prettier? And Herodotus's quotation of the auctioneer's speech, "Who will take the least money for this one?" which suggests perhaps that Herodotus is being sarcastic. Of course, he is using a rhetorical device. If this is the best custom, how awful must all the other businesses be? Babylonian evidence does not substantiate observations and folklore from Babylonia, primarily marriage contracts and law codes. According to the author, Herodotus is sincere in his approval of the story, while simultaneously tracing plausible Greek precedents. MacNeil argues that the state's role in arranging marriages, the financial exchange involved, and the foundation of the contest are all more indicative of a Greek context than a Mesopotamian one, reflecting specifically the competitive world of the tiny city-state, suspicious of outsiders, protective of its women, and intent upon accomplishing social policy at the expense of individual freedoms. Coined money is used to facilitate commercial transactions in a functioning oral society. The marriage market may also reflect a Greek approach to social justice, assuming the state can play an active role in the community's good. Herodotus asserts that Babylon lacks doctors, presumably because it was relatively backward to a Greek audience. However, he was incorrect. The Hippocratic corpus drew heavily on Babylonian medicine, but Herodotus was unaware of the extent of the debt. Herodotus also describes an unauthentic Babylonian custom that involves bringing the sick into the street for passers-by to counsel them. Herodotus also describes the inauthentic Babylonian custom of bringing the sick into the street to receive advice from passers-by. The last Babylonian custom Herodotus describes is ritual prostitution in the temple of Aphrodite, which he asserts every woman should perform at least once in her lifetime. Herodotus says Babylon is the most beautiful city in the known world. He describes it as the one custom among these people that is wholly shameful, regardless of whether he approves of the other practices he describes. Although likely to later be conflated with the biblical whore of Babylon and the image of the city of sin, these traditions developed independently and for different reasons. As for the biblical case, Nebuchadnezzar's behavior toward Jerusalem explains it. Herodotus and other Greek sources attribute it to a grudge. Another huge factor is a fascination with the exotic and using the Far East, both as a theme for fantasy and as a measure of the merits of Greek culture. Of course, the interest here was not always parochial or malicious, but it was hardly an ideal beginning to understanding cultures. Ctesias. Ctesias of Cnidus, a doctor of the Persian court, also wrote a long Greek description of Babylon. He appears in the epitomes of Diodorus Siculus and Photius, even though his Persica in 23 books did not survive. Diodorus includes his description of Babylon in his epitomes. As Diodorus cites Ctesias throughout this description, he is also known to have borrowed whole passages from Megasthenes and Agatharchides. Rather than providing a strictly personal account, he intended to synthesize historical knowledge in writing the Bibliotheca Historica. Diodorus has copied portions of Ctesias' description of Babylon verbatim, or nearly verbatim. Diodorus's description of Babylon primarily draws on Ctesias. According to current scholarship on him, Murphy is keen to emphasize that Diodorus does not deserve the charge of being an uncritical compiler and plagiarizer of earlier works to which he added nothing of his own. No insights. No grand unifying themes in his introduction to Book 2 of the Library Historica. The references to the description of Ctesias mostly agree with Diodorus's account, though one crucial addition is the Hanging Gardens. Budge argued that Diodorus did not quote this part of that description from Ctesias, although it is unclear on what basis. The Diodorus text occasionally references Ctesias as a reminder, rather than explicitly citing him as the authority. Although Ctesias appears to have a tendency to distrust Herodotus, as noted by one commentator who points out that Ctesias often disagrees with Herodotus regardless of whether he has better information. For instance, in the case of Darius's fellow conspirators against Pseudo-Smerdis, where Herodotus lists 5 names out of 6, while Ctesias provides only 1. Much of the content in Diodorus's description claims to have been drawn from Achaemenid archives. However, oral tradition and stories from the Persian court seem more probable sources. The editors of the Persica watch in their introduction that Ctesias was writing something different from Herodotus. The Persica is a very original work that is based on a combination of observation and the rich oral tradition of the Persian court, as well as a healthy dose of Greek curiosity about their eastern neighbors. Diodorus Ctesias begins his history with Ninus, the first king of Asia and founder of the city of Ninus, Nineveh, who undertook the task of subduing the nations of Asia within 17 years, except for the Indians and Bactrians. The next section lists Ninus's conquests, which began in Egypt and concluded in Iran and Central Asia. Much of Ctesias' account feels like a mythological origin story, but this list suggests that the empire is not a genuinely ancient kingdom. However, it is important to note that this was one of the great empires of the first millennium BC. The picture is more representative of the entire Achaemenid Empire than of a conqueror's work. But even a significantly reduced version, such as that caused by the Neo-Assyrian expansion, would describe an empire that had not yet been built before the 9th century BC. In Ctesias' account of how Nineveh was founded, a city that has been lived in since the 7th millennium BC, or of the first empire in Asia, which archaeologists might link to the kings of Akkad, the mythical parts of the story lead to the mistake of thinking it is much older than it really is. Ctesias could not have understood the city's age, and could have been referring to later imperial building work in any Assyrian capital. He is probably trying to explain the origins of the Assyrian Empire. According to the idea that empires succeeding one another in Asia inherited one another's territory, their provinces resemble those of the contemporary Persian Empire. Ninus, Nineveh, founded by the king Ninus, is described by Ctesias as the largest city at its foundation and the largest city ever built. These characteristics were more fitting for Babylon since Nineveh was on the Tigris and Babylon was larger. At least in the author's mind, the city described is not Babylon, as the founding of that city by Semiramis is subsequently related. And later events set in Nineveh clearly point to that city as an intended destination. The identification of Babylon in the account is also suspect, since some of the palace decorations described by Diodorus are similar to those featured in Assyrian palace reliefs. However, although the scene depicted is reminiscent of an Assyrian relief, the rest of the description could only apply to Babylon, as the glazed brick comforts are unmistakably those of Nebuchadnezzar. The bricks were adorned with depictions of wild animals before they were laid off, and the ingenuity of the colors faithfully reflected reality. As Ctesias noted, all kinds of wild animals had been depicted on them before they were fired. Here, Babylon is at least implicitly referenced, and the subject matter might be roughly accurate, and we are missing images of the king hunting that once existed in the city. While excavating the Persian building, Koldewey discovered a fitting description of the hunting scene. There is also the possibility that the two cities have been conflated, much like Nineveh appears here on the Euphrates. Both were part of the massive imperial architecture of Persia, where Ctesias lived. Ninus is a vital founder, but Ctesias, or at least Diodorus, devotes time to Semiramis. A detailed account of her life and marriage to Ninus, her succession to the throne after Ninus's death, the founding of Babylon, her achievements as sole sovereign, the decadence of her descendants, and the fall of Nineveh under Sardanapalus to Arabases, the Mede, are included. The life of Semiramis, daughter of Deceto, founder of Babylon and warrior queen, is the only source that describes her, according to Ctesias. In his writings, Herodotus only notes that Semiramis was responsible for the remarkable embankments in the plain outside the city of Babylon. The description of a canal, built to control a river that flooded the whole region, aligns well with Strabo's observation of a folk tradition identifying Semiramis as a great builder throughout Western Asia, rather than referring to the works of Nitocris. Semiramis was thought to be inspired by the queens of Sennacherib, Zakutu, and Nakia, who rose to power as Esarhaddon's mother. In relief, she stands behind the king, constructing palaces, and appears actively engaged in her day's religious and military affairs. Later legends attribute several aspects of Semiramis to her. Ctesias describes Semiramis, a few verses into his account, as waging war disguised as a male soldier and proving herself a great military strategist. Semiramis, like Alexander, succeeds Ninus and launches campaigns in Ethiopia and India, where she must confront an army of war elephants. She is also described as bloodthirsty by Ctesias, choosing soldiers from her army to sleep with before having them executed the following day to avoid the risk of having to share or cede her power to a husband. Her transformation into a dove is complete. The Semiramis biography was initially written by Ctesias, as confirmed by Athenagoras. If the people regarded detestable and God-hated men as gods, then they revered Semiramis, a lascivious and blood-stained woman, as a Syrian goddess. According to Ctesias, the Syrians worship doves and Semiramis due to Deceto, since, despite all the odds, a woman was transformed into a dove. So what wonder if some should be called gods by their people, on account of their rule and sovereignty, and others for their power. People renowned for their artistic abilities, like Asclepius, and those renowned for their actions, like Heracles and Perseus, are considered gods. Ovid's Metamorphoses explains Semiramis's transformation into a dove through a casual allusion to the myth. Curiously, this apparently ideal tale is not told. Ovid's main Babylonian story is the tragic love story between Pyramus and Thisbe. Mesopotamian historical events connect to Semiramis's actions, but the relationship remains intricate and multifaceted. We have long believed that Semiramis originated from Samaramat, an Assyrian queen, which allows us to reconcile a Neo-Assyrian queen with Babylon's constructor. Time and place are out of congruence with the historical character of Samaramat. Still, the situation can be partly explained by the phenomena already discussed, namely the confluence of Nineveh and Babylon, and the lack of understanding of the distance between the foundations of either Nineveh or Babylon, and the rise of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The career of Samuramat was also remarkable. She was a queen of Shamshi-Adad-Fi, 823 to 811 BC, but appeared to have acted as vice-regent or co-regent under her son Adad-Nirari III, 810 to 783. And even went to war with him. However, scholars have questioned the etymological connection between Semiramis and Samuramat, proposing instead a Syrian deity as an alternative explanation. Ctesias refers to the Syrian tradition of deifying Semiramis by worshipping a dove. Thus, Herodotus and Ctesias portray Semiramis as a historical character, not a mythological or divinity-infused historical character. Semiramis's detailed biography is followed by Diodorus' account of the decadence, sloth, and luxury of the Assyrian kings, exemplified by Ninya's, Semiramis's son, Sardanapalus, her last descendant, except for Tutamos, who reportedly sent reinforcements to the Trojans under Memnon's command. No records exist for other rulers. Ctesias/Diodorus remarks, "There is no urgency to record all the kings' names and reigns, since they haven't done anything noteworthy." Ninya's serve as an example of Assyrian kingship. The son of Semiramis and Ninus Ninyas succeeded in gaining the throne after Semiramis died. He ruled peacefully and did not emulate his mother's love of war and adventurous spirit. He sought luxury, idleness, and the absence of suffering and anxiety, thinking that the goal of a blissful reign was to enjoy all types of pleasures without constraint. First, he spent all his time alone in the palace, seeing no one except his concubines and attendant eunuchs. Consequently, Semiramis emerges as a heroic figure compared to her son, even elevating the love of war to a virtue. Ninya's faults are also found in Persian kings, as Greek writers recognize: decadence, luxury, softness, and retreat from contact with the world outside the palace, especially during war. The ancient Middle Eastern palace culture contributed to this impression among Greek writers, but it also highlighted the Greek values of austerity and the public forum by condemning Oriental corruption. Ninyas is a type of government that engenders and reinforces the traits of individuals not fit for leadership, in the same spirit as Aeschylus's Persians. The environment, they suggest, creates and strengthens the characteristics of individuals not suited to government. Sardanapalus illustrates the consequences of such decadent hedonism, which has persisted for many generations. Byron's famous 1821 play of the same name inspired the modern depiction of Sardanapalus and serves as an excellent example of the original template for the literary and artistic trope of the Asian despot. Sardanapalus, the last Assyrian king and the 13th in succession after Ninus, who founded the empire, was more luxurious and idle than any other Assyrian king who had come before him. Apart from the fact that he was never seen outside the palace, he lived the life of a woman and spent time with his concubines, spinning purple cloth and working the softest fleeces. And he wore female clothing and dressed with white lead and other things courtesans typically use, in a way more delicate than any luxury-loving woman could. As a result, he purposefully adopted a woman's voice, and on top of that, he pursued the pleasures of sex with both men and women during his drinking sessions without any thought of the shame that might involve it. Quite differently, the fall of Assyria was given a moral dimension, comparable to that of the punishment of Nineveh and Babylon described in the Old Testament. Despite the tendency to decadence, Sardanapalus' defeat was not presented as inevitable. After successfully defending Ninus, Nineveh, against several attacks, Sardanapalus relaxed his defenses prematurely, oblivious to the approaching Bactrian army that would support him. During the feast, he distributes delicious food and wine to his soldiers, upon which everyone begins to carouse. In the night, the Arabes' army surprises them. Sardanapalus retreats into Nineveh, powerless as garrisons from across the empire defect to the rebels' side. However, the city walls and stores could withstand a 2-year siege today. However, great rainstorms swept the land without ceasing in the 3rd year, resulting in the flooding of the Euphrates, the flooding of part of the city, and the overturning of the wall. Seeing that all is lost, Sardanapalus builds the famous pyre containing his wealth, royal robes, concubines, and eunuchs, and consigns himself to the flames along with them all, and the palace itself. Although Ctesias receives credit for being the first to write about Sardanapalus in Greek, evidence suggests he was not the first to describe him. The Hellanicus of Lesbos fragment mentions the existence of stories on Sardanapalus that portray him sometimes as a hero and sometimes as decadent and weak, and it rationalizes the two by evoking two Assyrian kings by the same name. What stories were available for Ctesias? Who was Sardanapalus? Ashurbanipal. Ashurbani aptly is the name of the city itself. Assyriology regarded Greek and Assyrian words and characters as synonymous in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Recent research has suggested that the name may be a combination of two Assyrian kings, Ashurbanipal and Esarhaddon. In the case of the Aramaic papyrus containing the story of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-Shuma-Ukin's civil war of the 4th century BC, see Chapter 2, Ashurbanipal indeed becomes Sardanapal. In many ways, the conflict between the brothers is a reversal of the story told by Ctesias of Sardanapalus. As in life, Shamash-Shuma-Ukin finds himself under siege here. Similar to Sardanapalus, Shamash-Shuma-Ukin barricaded himself in his palace in Babylon, not Nineveh, and later died by accident while attempting to march on Nineveh rather than in flames. The similarities between the two accounts and the existence of an Aramaic account suggest a widespread dissemination of the story. Ctesias's Sardanapalus may indeed echo the war between Ashurbanipal and Shamash-Shuma-Ukin. The story moves away from Babylon, and the last kings of Assyria after the mighty Ashurbanipal are forgotten, with one king's name preserved, but the fate of the other forgotten. We can recycle Shamash-Shuma-Ukin's. What about translation and language? Ctesias could not have possessed the skills of a classically trained Babylonian scribe. That is, knowledge of Assyrian and Babylonian, the two main dialects of the Akkadian language. By extension, several huge cuneiform sign sets are also part of Sumerian. The verse account of Nabonidus, a priestly account in Babylonian emphasizing the king's neglect of his people and city, was not available to him. More likely, he accessed Babylonian literary traditions indirectly. Taking note of Babylonian elements in Ctesias' account of the destruction of Nineveh, van der Meerup concludes that it is probable that Ctesias used a Babylonian source to describe the destruction of Nineveh, and concludes that, unbeknownst to Ctesias, this source was supposedly based on Assyrian accounts of Sennacherib's sacking of Babylon in 689 BC, and was written to emphasize retribution. Although these links are convincing, they do not exclude transmission by intermediate oral sources. The discovery that Aramaic was the lingua franca of the Achaemenid Empire reveals that scholars have grossly overlooked spoken Aramaic as a source for Ctesias's account. Daly discusses the implications of this point, which opens up a range of new possibilities. Daly argues that Ctesias's history, with its geographical and historical confusion, can partly be explained by the flexibility of the historical setting in Aramaic tales of kings. We present examples of similar accounts below. Aramaic has likely written and oral sources that form the missing connection in many more cases than we can prove in transmission, especially in explaining the survival of names and fragments of history from the cuneiform world in otherwise very distant sources. A story about Ahikar the Sage provides more evidence of this corruption. A papyrus that describes the war between Ashurbanipal and Shamash-Shuma-Ukin is another example. We could better understand ancient Mesopotamian history with access to such sources. The loss of these sources is not the only one we should mourn. Would the picture be different if one text had survived above all? For a non-Babylonian seeking knowledge of the land and its people, Berossus was undoubtedly the definitive guide. Berossus. Ctesias and Herodotus provide a wealth of information about Babylon, some of it accurate and enjoyable. However, neither of these extended accounts was written by a member of the society they purported to describe. An equivalent account by a Greek visitor did not survive. When cuneiform texts were still known and understood, although Aramaic had long been the spoken language in most of Western Asia, Berossus wrote a history of Babylonia in Greek, known as Babyloniaca or Chaldaica. Cuneiform gave him direct access to more information than any Greek writer could hope to have, as he was native to the society he wrote about. Josephus's description of the Babyloniaca suggests Berossus' history predated the legendary world of Atrahasis. Josephus describes the Neo-Babylonian kings as follows. The witness I cite here is Berossus, a Chaldean by birth but a familiar figure in learned circles, who publishes works on Chaldean astronomy and philosophy for Greek readers. As Moses did, this author, following the most ancient records, describes the flood and the destruction of humanity, as well as the ark in which Noah, the founder of our race, was saved after it landed on the heights of the mountains of Armenia. He then enumerates Noah's descendants, adding dates, and descends to Nabopolassar, king of Babylon and Chaldea. Sadly, little of the work has survived. According to some scholars, Berossus's history was eventually forgotten, because it did not fit well with the dominant account of Mesopotamian history, that of Ctesias, which omitted vital figures such as Ninus and Semiramis. Flavius Josephus and Eusebius of Caesarea are the only later writers to cite or quote the account. However, even these fragments contain a great deal of valuable information, and it is clear that Berossus had an accurate record of the Neo-Babylonian succession, including the lengths of each king's reign, that could only have come from Babylonian chronicles. Classical literature typically alters and mythologizes Berossus's account where it survives. In what is likely a garbled account of an original with some Babylonian roots, Berossus describes a festival called Sacaia, where enslaved people rule their masters for 5 days. Plutarch revives the idea. Semiramis persuades Ninus to grant her power for 5 days, which she then uses to imprison him. In his book, Diodorus attributes the story to Athenaeus and certain other historians, but does not mention Berossus as the origin. In the 5th century AD, Paulus Orosius further embellished history against the pagans, one of medieval Europe's most widely read and influential historical texts. In addition to providing a more detailed description of Semiramis's depravity, Orosius adds a mystical numerological link with Rome, which is distinctively Christian. The corrupted source raises questions about the original content of Berossus, particularly regarding its chronology. It is safe to say that of all the lists of Neo-Babylonian monarchs that have survived, Berossus' arrangement resembles the cuneiform documents. However, we only know his arrangement through Josephus's and Eusebius's apparent quotations of the same passage in Berossus. In addition, Eusebius preserves Alexander Polyhistor's list, who also claimed that Berossus was his source, and provided a different version of events. Josephus claims to quote Berossus directly for the first time, and his account is so accurate that it can be checked against cuneiform sources, making the unverifiable details even more tantalizing. Berossus adds details about murder and conspiracy not found in the terse Mesopotamian royal chronicles to the names and reigns of the Neo-Babylonian king. The kingdom passed to his son, Evil-Merodach, Amel-Marduk, when Nebuchadnezzar fell ill and died after a reign of 43 years. After 2 years in power, the prince was assassinated by his sister's husband, Neriglissar, because of his arbitrary and licentious government. His murderer, Neriglissar, became king after his death and reigned for 4 years. It was occupied for 9 months by Labarosoardoch, Labashi Marduk, a boy, but a conspiracy was formed against him because of his depraved disposition, and he was beaten to death by his friends. After his murder, the conspirators conferred the kingdom upon Nabonidus, a Babylonian, by common consent. Through the plots, Berossus adds a human dimension to the known Babylonian historical texts, against Amul-Marduk and Labashi-Marduk. However, the lack of this information in the cuneiform sources should be cause for concern. Are the details of the murders based on an oral tradition, or through written sources now lost, but obviously of a very different kind than the official records from which the regnal years were obtained? Or are they simply creative additions to suit the Greek style of historiography and a Greek audience? Which begs the further question of whether the details necessarily come from Berossus himself or from a later redactor. As a result, we should still take Berossus's account of Babylon's conquest and the fate of Nabonidus seriously, since it fleshes out the information from the cuneiform sources. Cyrus led a large army from Persia to Babylon to subjugate the rest of the kingdom during the 17th year of Nabonidus's reign. The day Nabonidus heard about him, he led his army to meet him, fought and lost, and then fled to Borsippa with a few followers. After razing all the city's outer walls, which had an awe-inspiring and formidable appearance, Cyrus took Babylon and proceeded to Borsippa to besiege Nabonidus. Having surrendered without investment, he was treated humanely. Expelled from Babylonia, they sent him to Carmania. After spending most of his life there, Nabonidus died. The Hanging Gardens, Berossus, and Amaitis. Berossus primarily influenced the Hanging Gardens. He credits Nebuchadnezzar with their construction, and his account of Babylon and Nineveh is clearer than Ctesias of Strabos. It raises some doubt that we know Berossus through Jewish and Christian writers, since Nebuchadnezzar became regarded as a generic king of Babylon in a later tradition. But the correspondence to what is known about his life seems too good to be a coincidence. Berossus aims to challenge the Greek idea that Semiramis built Babylon's famous structures, and in doing so he shows that he is using Babylonian sources by providing a detailed account of Nebuchadnezzar's building projects in Babylon, which matches well with cuneiform records and aligns with a specific text. Robert van der Spek has drawn strong parallels between the East India House inscription of Nebuchadnezzar and Berossus's description of the city, displaying that Berossus describes the same works in the same order as the monumental stone inscription in the British Museum. It is remarkable how closely the two texts correspond, with one notable exception: the description of the Hanging Gardens. Berossus mentions the gardens despite the absence of any cuneiform source that references them, and this description is derived from a known Babylonian inscription. Berossus' mention of the gardens should be considered significant given his accuracy on other points. Why would Berossus mention them? Within this palace, Nebuchadnezzar built elevated stone terraces which are thought to have closely replicated mountain scenery, complete with all kinds of trees and a hanging garden, because his wife, who grew up in Media, had a passion for mountain scenery. Berossus ties this description to a specific king and place, Nebuchadnezzar's southern palace, by incorporating it within a narrative of Nebuchadnezzar's building works. Based on this and other classical sources, attempts have been made to locate the palace gardens. Robert Coldewey's candidate, known as the Vaulted Building, along with the recent proposal for the massive western outwork between the palace and the river, which was previously interpreted as a fortified keep or treasury, are both considered possible locations. However, another author might have added the gardens. The Greek audience would then be more likely to accept Berossus. Nebuchadnezzar's mountain-loving bride may hold the key to the story's origin. Berossus was the first author to identify Nebuchadnezzar as the monarch who built Babylon's gardens and gave Amaitis the name of his queen. However, it's worth noting that he makes these identifications in two distinct sections of his narrative. Berossus mentions Amaitis' illness as the reason for her political marriage. Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon's crown prince, marries Amaitis, Astyages' daughter and Cyaxares' granddaughter, to form a Babylonian-Mediterranean alliance. The story's first rationalizer for the Iranian origins of the queen is Berossus, but he does so in a separate, unromantic description of the rising Neo-Babylonian dynasty. Therefore, it is doubtful that the marriage was invented by Berossus, or a later editor, to correspond with his description of the gardens, in which he neither names Amaitis nor mentions the other passage. It does, however, match perfectly with the report. Queen Berossus comes from Media, whose capital is Ecbatana, which is high in the Zagros Mountains. In all versions, the queen moves from a mountainous country, Persia in Diodorus, unnamed in Curtius, to a flat one. Media, Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, has peaks over 3,000 meters, and one of the most balanced landscapes on Earth, Babylonia, presented the most significant contrast in the entire region. We can draw several conclusions from this. First, did creating a romantic hanging gardens story centered around Media and Berossus's queen make sense? Nebuchadnezzar's marriage is described in a far more matter-of-fact manner, at least a remarkable coincidence, since both appear in the text for a different reason and seem entirely independent. Even the earliest of the later redactors would find it difficult to introduce these two details, considering that neither appears in an earlier Greek source. Their use implies knowledge of the media landscape and the political situation, unknown to the Greeks, of the Babylonian-Median alliance against Assyria. Third, the identification author critiques elsewhere the tendency to confuse Babylon with Nineveh, as in the case of Semiramis, and gives a highly credible political explanation for why they were married. Assyrian King Nebuchadnezzar is, of course, not confused with him. Fourth, if the tale is romantic about Nebuchadnezzar and his Persian wife, even the pre-Berossus version demonstrates some connection to Nebuchadnezzar's life. Berossus knows the story, but his treatment suggests it isn't from Babylonian official sources, as it shouldn't be. An Iranian court origin for the story would appear much more plausible than a 4th century Greek invention, due to the combination of a narrative that incorporates myths and storytelling elements, knowledge of Babylon's political events, and a folkloric interest in the contrast between Iranian and Babylonian landscapes. This confirms Ctesias's claim that the story originated in the Persian court. Diodorus's account of the Hanging Gardens was likely based on the court stories of Cleitarchus, who had uninterrupted access to them. This conclusion is more than a coincidence, as the sadly minimal evidence for Old Persian literature suggests a perfect fit. Stories thought to have origins in Greek sources and the Shahnameh are notable for their innovation of romantic tales involving journeys to faraway lands. The gardens are not described, but the classical sources describe their construction and engineering in spurious detail. While they resemble Sennacherib's parks at Nineveh, it is most appropriate to interpret them as Greek embellishments. Berossus's account of these structures is notably incomplete. The collection suggests a Median or Persian oral tradition that originated when Nebuchadnezzar's marriage to a Median princess was still widely known. The Persian court tradition survived, with an appropriate Persian princess as a substitute. The king and queen's identities may have been lost when they reached Ctesias. Ctesias had no knowledge of Babylonian history, which would have enabled him to contextualize these individuals. Berossus was aware of both versions of the story, romances and novels. Babel differs from the histories described above in two fragmentary early novels: Iamblichus's Babyloniaca and Ninus's Romance. 4 papyrus fragments survive from an early 1st century AD Greek novel called Ninus Romance. 2 possibilities for authorship are Chariton, author of the book Calirho and citizen of Aphrodisias, formerly known as Ninoe, Ninus, and Xenophon of Antioch, whose Babyloniaca is mentioned in the Suda, a lexical encyclopedic volume dating to the 10th century AD. As a matter of style and format, the novel does not borrow from Mesopotamian sources, and does not appear to attempt to exhibit the differences of another culture. Despite the plot's unusual nature and its origin in Hellenized and mythologized Mesopotamian history, McCall is suitable to describe the names Ninus and Semiramis as merely historical ciphers in a romantic plot that involves a shipwreck, warfare, and love scenes. We cannot identify the protagonists or their behavior as historical figures from ancient Iraq or Greek history. The use of historical allegory by Ninus does, however, provide us with an intriguing case study. In this literary form, two interesting points are the selection of some, but not all, historical information, and the role of barbarian historical ciphers, such as Ninus and Semiramis. Regarding historical evidence, Ctesias Persica is the most likely source for Ninus. While Herodotus's Babylon description is more ancient and mentions Ninus and Semiramis, it does not connect the two characters, does not mention Derceto, Semiramis's mother, according to Ctesias, Diodorus, and evidently in Ninus, and does not include descriptions of Assyrian campaigns, which we know from Diodorus were present in Ctesias, and likely inspired Ninus's movement in Armenia in the Ninus Romance. The writers were aware of Ctesias's narrative, but were also willing to disregard and contradict it as readily as they borrowed from it. Ninus's beloved, unnamed in the fragments, is perhaps the most fascinating character. It is doubtful that Ninus's female protagonist is not Semiramis, as she is Ninus's wife and Derceto's daughter. Then we must explain Semiramis's metamorphosis between her incarnations in Persica and Ninus. It portrays her as a fearsome warrior who rules alone, sleeps with her soldiers, executes them, and leads an ambitious military expedition to India. According to some accounts, Semiramis survives Ninus and tricks him out of his sovereignty. Ctesias would not have needed to tell the author that Semiramis was a brave and warlike figure. The information is probably canonical and widely known. By contrast, the character in Ninus's romance is too shy to reveal her feelings for Ninus to his mother, while Ninus's parallel speech to Dokia is an essential stylistic element. Although the novel, as we currently understand it, is fragmentary, and there is a possibility that Semiramis acted more boldly in the lost portions of the story, this particular incident completely diverges from the portrayal of her available to the author of Ninus from historical sources. In this context, the writer deliberately chose to leave historical accuracy, as he considered representing an ideal character more critical than preserving it. The Babyloniaca of Iamblichus, preserved only in Photius's Bibliotheca, is even less similar. Stevens and Winkler claim that Photius provides a detailed description of the plot, suggesting that if the patriarch had any suspicions, this would be the ideal place to test them. He says the hero and heroine are chased throughout the Near East by two eunuchs whose noses and ears have been removed. The story includes bees with poisoned honey, a lesbian princess of Egypt, a cannibalistic brigand, and look-alike brothers Tigris and Euphrates, who are exceptionally handsome. Additionally, there is a rather dignified farmer's daughter, whom the heroine forces to sleep with an executioner, a priest of Aphrodite. This priest helps his son, Euphrates, escape jail by disguising himself as the farmer's daughter. Iamblichus's own identity has undergone some mythologizing. Suda claims he was born as a servant, but Photius claims Iamblichus learned the story of Babyloniaca from a Babylonian servant. However, the truth may be that both claims aim to add extra interest to the story by emphasizing its exotic origin. Pyramus and Thisbe are the most famous classical romances set in Babylon, though their original setting is largely forgotten today. The story. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Pyramus, the most handsome man in the East, and Thisbe, the most beautiful woman, lived next to one another in Babylon, the city Semiramis had founded. A brick wall surrounds the area. A crack in the wall between their two homes allows the lovers to communicate despite being separated by their parents. But they cannot kiss, so they meet near Ninus's tomb by a tall mulberry tree. A passing lion frightens Thisbe away, despite being the first to arrive. Luckily, the lion just ate. When Pyramus sees his beloved's cloak, dropped during her escape, chewed by the lion and stained with blood from its earlier kill, he is naturally devastated. His belief in Thisbe's death leads him to impale himself on his sword. The discovery of Pyramus's body leaves Thisbe racked with grief. She uses Pyramus's still-warm blade to end her life. Her last words are a prayer that the two lovers may lie together in death, and that the mulberry, which had been white until this day, may remember their deaths in the crimson colour of its berries. Shakespeare's rude mechanicals are best known for performing the story in A Midsummer Night's Dream. In Romeo and Juliet, Ovid's Babylonian Pyramus and Thisbe are more than an echo of the tragedy and drama of Romeo and Juliet. There is a dual inheritance. Biblical and ancient Greek historical traditions are sharply different in their treatment of Babylon, in terms of specifics, and their attitudes toward Mesopotamia. There are almost ethnographic accounts of Babylonian culture in Greek historians' works, but the Old Testament is richer in moral allegory, asserting a providential meaning for Babylon's past that has defined the city's culture ever since. It is not primarily a matter of information availability, but of purpose and situation. In the biblical texts, a familiar land and culture are woven into a story about divine judgment. In the Greek accounts, a land and culture are described as unfamiliar to their readers. Greek sources emphasize detail over moral judgment, resulting in a quasi-ethnographic resource that historians later drew on and adapted. For the biblical descriptions, the point is a righteous judgment, not a report. In any case, Jewish and Christian morality is primarily found in the Bible rather than in pagan histories or ancient Greek legends. Over time, a clear distinction would emerge in how the two categories of sources are employed, with classical sources having a more significant influence on academic reconstructions of Babylon and cultural detail in visual representations. In contrast, biblical accounts have a more substantial impact on the moral graphics of Babylon and the selection of subjects in art and literature. However, we would not treat the two traditions in isola. Sometimes we would make strenuous efforts to reconcile and integrate them. So it's not surprising that the biblical and classical accounts were the only sources of information on Babylon for centuries after late antiquity. The ancient city had disappeared, as did the vast cuneiform literature of Babylon and the expertise necessary to read it. Could medieval scholars interpret what remained? And how would those Europeans who saw Mesopotamia's ancient ruins interpret them? They would always refer to Baghdad as the city of incredible ruins. Babylon offered only the vast, almost featureless mounds beneath which Nebuchadnezzar's city lay hidden.